You are correct. I was muted. All right. Sorry about that. Hello. Let's start over. Hi. Welcome to the True Crimes of Scientology with Nora Ames. And this is me, Nora Ames, your host. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. But thank you for letting me know I was muted. Okay. So, Sunday morning, I woke up, slept in, feeling good, feeling like a kind of a human being again. I get a message. There's a video up on Jenna's. Now, before we dive into all this, guys, I want to make sure that everybody has their appropriate snacks, okay? We need our popcorn, okay? Get your popcorn out. Drink them if you got them. This is Mitchner's, okay? I've got some of that. Y'all might need some of that. I've got my Bob's Big Boy glass, which is, of course, going to be filled with Coca-Cola, okay? Because I'm going to need to be hydrated, not intoxicated. Y'all take who was muted for 200. To say that I went through a myriad of emotions this morning. So the first thing I woke up to, let's go over that. Let me go back here. Was a message that on Jenna Miscavige's channel, which I will share right now. Okay. And if you guys aren't here, here's the deal. I want to encourage two major things. Okay. Number one, go watch both videos if you haven't watched the videos. Okay. Jenna did a live reaction to Aaron's video. And Aaron was live. Okay. So please, we're going to go over parts of it. Yeah. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot. Trigger warning for everybody out there. This is beyond an emotional roller coaster. Okay. Beyond. It was a lot. So I woke up to a message this morning that sent me a link to a video, not a live, to a video that Jenna had put this video up. The monster, Aaron Smith Levin, already has 5,000 views. She put this up 5 hours ago. Within less than an hour of that video going up, Aaron started this live. The truth about me and Jenna Miscavige, it's not good. Okay, as you guys can see, this is 2.5 hours. Then, in the middle of that live, Jenna went live. Aaron is a monster, and I will respond to him live. Okay,
wait, you were insensitive.
This is towards the end. We're gonna rewind here because I've watched both of these. We're gonna get into both. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get into. I'm just trying to make this as and not make Jenna look bad. There we go. That's better. Okay. So we will have to start the journey back on Jenna's channel, even though I just switched to Aaron's. The video that she reposted this morning is this one. Okay. And for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with this video, this is a video, one of a series of 3 videos that she posted in January of this year, disclosing Aaron's infidelity. Okay. I have to eat the popcorn because I fucked up that word. This was very emotional. And there was a lot of roller coasters with this. If you guys recall, on my channel, I reacted to those series of 3 videos. Okay. To which Jenna.
Hi, I'm Jenna Miscavige.
Stop it. I hate when the automatic. I got to change my settings. To which Jenna. And let's see. I think it's still up as a post. It might not be because it's so many months ago. Okay. Let's see here. I believe it's this one. This is the post that she made after my responses to her videos and sharing my experience with Aaron, okay. She says, I'm writing this publicly because I want to express myself without fear of misrepresentation. Over the past few weeks, I haven't responded to certain messages from Nora because I feel that I can't trust private conversations won't be misrepresented and exploited for content. I'm posting this here so that nothing I say gets twisted. I want to make it clear how this person's, me, actions have impacted me. Instead of supporting me, this is the same person who just a few weeks back called me a cunt in a video. I did. My voice has been diminished and I have been portrayed in a way that is reductive and disempowering. Now, if you guys, I don't know if those videos are back up. I don't think I put those back up on this channel. I don't know where they are. But I will defend myself here a little bit. What I said, sorry guys, at the beginning of this year, that I expressed that Aaron was a narcissistic manipulator, that he was using Darvo, deny, attack, reverse uno, victim on the thing, and reoffend. This just is a repeat, right? Darvo. Many videos were made about me saying Darvo all the time and narcissist, all this stuff. Okay. I stand by that. I did, however, have like a little crash after that because I felt like I was like, being a girl's girl and defending somebody who I know isn't my friend from a person who has also abused me, going, hey, you're not alone. I am here with you. Right. And it got summarily twisted, of course, in my opinion, by Mr. Smith 11. And she wrote this response, right? This approach infantilizes me. No way, shape, or form did I. Thank you for becoming a member. Infantilize her. Where did I Okay, by framing anything I say that is contrary to their agenda, I don't know who they are, as evidence that I'm just under the spell of a narcissistic abuse. Yes. An environment has been created where I can't speak for myself. This approach infantilizes me, belittles my power, and hijacks the narrative about my life to one where I am a weak, hapless, controlled victim, and everything I say will be disregarded, all while claiming to do the opposite. So this right here, that to me spoke volumes, because this is, of course, right after she and Aaron got back together and she took the videos down. That is definitely an Aaron sentence. Okay. Yeah. This person assumes to know best about my circumstances and what's best for me, insisting that I and others take on their point of view and, of course, action or else. I never put an or else in that. I was like, I think bad things are going to happen. It wasn't an or else. But anyway, peer pressure, shaming, and public attacks are being orchestrated. No one ever had a meeting, a cabal, to be like, how do we exploit Jenna in her bad fifis? This is in January, to make sure we do bad things to Aaron. No one thought this is the end of Aaron, right? These methods are highly controlling, deceptive, and destructive, and are extremely reminiscent of what I risked everything to escape from in Scientology. So that was rude. That's a low blow. To compare supporting publicly a person who was abused, cheated on, lied to, darvoed by a narcissist, and to compare that to Scientology, rude. That's, using narcissistic abuse as a way to avoid responsibility for one's own actions is not something I'm willing to be a part of. Oh, I don't. All of the cruel and destructive videos made by me over the past year that no one asked for or made them do are now conveniently written off as a result of being under the influence of narc abuse. So this is, again, Aaron's through line, right? That I had spent the previous year, 2024, defending vehemently Aaron against Stephanie, against Mike Rinder, against, all enemies, real and imagined, right? And that's what he said, right? That he never asked me to do that, which I have texts to prove the opposite of. Yeah. and conversation. I mean, like, yeah, we're going to break a lot of this down, guys. It's just, there's a lot of things swimming in my mind. Also, I was trying to make more lesbian trad wife content. Okay. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm in the middle of working on that. I have a timer going. In 41 minutes, I have to go knead my bread. Okay. So I will be taking a break in 41 minutes, or I'll be done in 41 minutes. It'll be one or the other. Okay. But the real proof of responsibility for these attack videos is the fact that they are still being made into a career by this. She said my name once and then she wouldn't say it again. This pattern of behavior continues to regularly tear down so many people who've been brave enough to speak out about Scientology. Did I make a lot of content? Did I make 80 plus videos about Aaron Smith Levin and his disgusting behavior? I did. I've never said I didn't. I made an entire playlist out of it. They were all monetized. I fully own that. And part of being a content creator, guys, when you're on the online space, you have to talk about your life. That was what was happening in my life. I've talked about this many times about how that affected me psychologically, different decisions I've made, and things like that. So I want to be abundantly clear. We're many minutes into this now. We're 12 minutes, and I should have said this at the top. Number one. I'll be full disclosure. This is for clicks and views. Okay. Like, this is a hot topic. I made a hot topic, name, and I made a hot topic, thumbnail. Yes, please come in, please click, please, whatever. See, and all the people are here. Yes, it's all about me. No, guys, this is called backstory. For the people who are just so uneducated on actually how to tell a story, you give the backstory. The backstory is, I already got shat on for this. I'm just using Jenna's words here to show you where we were at. I continue to make my own content after this. We can fast forward. You guys can go look at this post. I'll put a link to it. I'll put a link to it right now. That's the report. That's the wrong one. I'm not going to report it. I've never reported it. I've never downvoted it. Nothing. Okay. Let me put that in the chat here. Okay. So there you go. So you guys can read that whole post. That's what Jenna had to say 10 months ago. It's not, oh, did I do I did downvote it. I just put the wrong one. Okay. I lied. I did downvote it. See, guys, I can even own my own petty shit. I did downvote it. Look at me. What a petty bitch. I downvoted it. Okay, let me put the actual right one here just to make sure. There you go. I don't know if I put the right one before or not, but there you go. Okay. So she will speak for herself. She did that today. I want to make it clear, Jenna, I'm not trying to diminish anything you said today. So I just want to make sure that we're, and you're going to have a reaction to me talking about it, and that's fine. I allow you to have whatever reaction, upset, concern, anything about what I'm going to say. And that's because it's America. You can do that. I'm not mad about it. And we're going to get back to her live here.
It's all fucking.
And yeah, Jenna's very spicy in this live. We're not gonna sugarcoat that. All right. But first we're gonna start with Aaron's live, because in the first 5 minutes, some shit is said that we need to talk about. Now, these are his words. Everyone knows, if you're tuning in, you know the story of woe that happened. Okay, that occurred between me and Aaron. I'm not here to rehash that. I'm also not here, contrary to popular belief. Okay, I'm not here to celebrate any of this. This is not great, in my opinion. It's not great what just happened. It's emotional. It is real, and I want to touch on some very important points. Okay. Because some of these, thank you, Jennifer, for becoming a member. I want to touch on these important points because right now there's a big battle going on. We just had the largest data breach of Scientology in its history, where we could learn a lot of important information to take them down. Lisa McPherson's anniversary just happened, and today 2 days after Aaron Smith Levin is out of jail, on probation, on supervised probation, guys. He has check-in weekly with the program. Jenna, as Aaron said in here, this is one of the big points. There may or may not be a police report happening, which would immediately put Aaron back in jail. That would be a violation of the parole. So I'm going to take you guys on this roller coaster ride. We're going to try and make it as coherent and in a line as we can. Okay. It's going to be a lot of back and forth. I don't have all these things marked out. That would take me a whole day of editing. So forgive me for the pauses and other things. So here we go. Let's just listen. And let me put on my other thing here. All my captions. Okay, just as a disclosure here, under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. This is for commentary purposes only. Every opinion expressed in this stream is my own. I am not being paid or influenced to say any of the things that are coming out of my mouth. This is for entertainment purposes only. Here we go.
Good morning, everybody.
I was going to do a drinking game, guys, which is why I brought the whiskey up. That every time Aaron says, that you have to take a drink. But I think after watching it, we would actually be dead. So we're not going to do that. But here we go.
This is not clickbait, and this is not childish drama. To respond to something I just...
Right off the bat, somebody in the chat said this is childish drama and clickbait, which I have been accused of many, many times. But he wanted to make it clear that's not what's going on here.
In the live chat. This is not a video I expected to be doing today, but I have to be honest with you. I knew I would be doing this video eventually, because the ugly truth of the matter is that over the last 12 months, every time I have
Okay, now we're going to get into Aaron's version of events. These are his claims. Jenna refutes pretty much every claim he makes, except for a few. Okay. And please take that at its value, which is, this is the narrative that Aaron wants everybody to repeat, because he's delivering this, in my opinion, this entire 2.5-hour talk in a very Scientological way. He repeats things over and over. And he's emphasizing very certain things. That's what we're going to do. Now, also, one other thing, really. Aaron has like a cold, it's clear. And he keeps like snorting the snot back into his face and not blowing his nose until he finally does blow his nose, and he keeps going like, like, it's real bad. So if that bugs you, I apologize. I'm also going to speed the video up a little bit. Only a skosh. So please don't come for me, everyone. Just so we're not the same as the original. But, listen, Aaron knew Jenna was doing a live reaction to this. He didn't copyright strike her. I think that, who knows? He'll probably try and copyright strike this because he doesn't want me to do it. He already invoked me. The internet hemorrhoid has arrived. Okay. So let's carry on.
Attempted to end my relationship with Jenna Miscavige. She has forced me to continue the relationship by threatening to harm herself, or, to use her own words, ruin my life until I want to harm myself.
Now that is a huge, he doesn't say, he's stating this as a fact. Okay. That she has multiple times threatened to unalive herself if he doesn't stay with her, and that she will ruin his life so much that he will have the impulse to do that. That is an alarming statement. That is an alarming statement. I don't know about that. That's what I have to say about that. Okay. But this is, guys, we are literally 1 minute in, and that's where we're at. Okay.
And I have hoped desperately that someday, some way, there would be a world in which we could part ways in terms of a romantic relationship, but continue to coexist as two people who have strong desires and motives and intentions to focus on exposing the fraud and abuse of Scientology and helping people leave Scientology. And
now, he's saying for 12 months that he has just been on this roller coaster ride, can't get out of this relationship with a woman who lives 3,000 miles away from him. Couldn't possibly just be like, it's over. This is impossible for him. At the outset here, guys, he's the victim. He's the victim. We're in, this is the DARVO. Deny, attack, reverse, victim and offender. Okay, DARVO. DARVO. Okay, this is an active. If you don't watch this, if you haven't watched it, please watch it. This is an active lesson in DARVO. Okay, so right here, Aaron's the victim. He's been a victim for a year. We have to, we're all in. Oh God, Jenna's terrible. Everyone is already immediately. And if you guys, if he doesn't put on the live chat replay, oh, it's right there. Okay, good. These comments, wild. People watching him explain this and then are just like, oh my God, I can't believe you went through that. All right. Let's carry on.
Helping to prevent people from joining Scientology and trying to just be as effective as possible, being Scientology's worst nightmare. I'm going to be drinking a lot of water because my mouth is very, very dry.
Yeah, he's really chugging these death waters. I don't think it's hydrating him. I think he should just go to water.
Okay. What nobody knows, except for my close
secrets. Okay. And also, the other thing that is another hypnotic command through this entire video is his close personal friends. I'm going to translate that in my own words as his cult. The inner circle, the approved minions, the people of his cult.
Close friends. Is that when I went to jail on November, I think it was 13th, Jenna and I had already broken up 2 or 3 days earlier.
Breaking news right there. So when Aaron was arrested and went in jail on the 13th, that Monday, they broke up, and he's going to tell you what happened on that Monday.
Now,
here we go.
Why had we broken up 2 or 3 days earlier?
That's a good question.
Well, we break up about once a month.
They break up once a month. Now, notice he says we there. So first, let's just get into the conflict here. He says that he's been trying to break up with her for a year. But then he says that they break up once a month. So it can't be both. That's a conflict. Okay. That's first conflict. I can't break up with her. She won't let me break up with her. And he gets more into that later. And we break up once a month already.
And it has to do with the constant, never-ending, nonstop fighting that occurs in this relationship.
Now, again, I think he's talking about both of them there. He's talking about both of them.
And it never stops. It never resolves. Well, obviously, it eventually resolves, but only to resume again shortly later. What has happened on several occasions when Jenna is here in Clearwater?
Okay. Important.
Something will set her off.
So this is him now setting up that this is what happens every time Jenna's in Clearwater, which is completely the opposite of what he uses her for when she's in Clearwater. How many people, please put some numbers in the chat. How many people have watched the protest live streams, any of them that Jenna has been at, where he's like, oh, thank you so much for packing all the supplies. Look what Jenna did. Jenna did this. Let's get the books out. Look what Jenna made, right? Like, now, listen, I understand that social media is fake, okay? Like, and you put on a persona and yada, yada, okay? But it's like he didn't have any problem, okay? Any problem using her name to get into super huge interviews that he would have had access to without her, and using her fame, and by that I mean, you know, she is a nepo baby inside of Scientology. It's not an insult. It's just, you know, most of Hollywood are nepo babies. Let's be honest. That's how you make it in the fucking celebrity world. You have to know somebody, or you have to be of somebody, right? Jenna is of the Miscavige clan, so that opens doors for her that don't open for everybody else. That's just a fact. It's not an insult. That's just facts. Okay. So this is going to be a story about just like what happens all the time when Jenna comes to town. Okay. This is, and I want to remind everybody, please, I would like to remind everybody that this man is married. This man is married to, I'm going to say her name because he said it like 10 times in the video, to Heather. Okay. He is married to his wife of 23 years. They've been married. Jenna is not his first fuck buddy or mistress or side piece or girlfriend. I don't think he's ever really had a girlfriend. He doesn't know how to do that. Thank you for Freya. Thank you for becoming a member. The history that is publicly known about Aaron Smith-Levin and his sexcapades is not great. Okay. And I'm not here to sex shame anybody or anything like that. As somebody who got divorced, okay, because my relationship with my husband wasn't, you know, we were fighting a lot. And guess what? I decided that's not what I wanted my kids to be around. I wanted to model love for them. I wanted to model loving their father and him reciprocating that and us supporting each other as parents, right? And also I was super gay. Okay, so I got divorced. I didn't stay married to my husband, who I didn't want to sleep in the same bed as, and then have a parade of women come through my home and in and out of my child's lives, because that's not a healthy relationship modeling for children. That's, you know, I cannot speak to Heather's complacency, cooperation or anything in this. I know nothing about that. So that I'm throwing that out there when I see people talking about that. But it's like, you know, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know about that. So I'm not going to make a comment about that other than the way he presents this. Heather, I hope you watched this video, honey, because he makes you kind of look like shit, in my opinion. Okay. So let's carry on.
She'll be mad about something. We'll try to resolve it. It doesn't resolve. It escalates. It escalates. It escalates. Jenna gets mad and she starts trying to destroy and break things in my house and make a mess out of my kitchen. If the day I went to jail was Thursday, November 13th, which I'm pretty sure it is, the Monday just prior to that Thursday, Jenna was here. She was supposed to fly home the next day on Tuesday. Jenna and I had a mild disagreement, argument, upset that day that just went on the entire damn day.
Sorry, I'm chewing in your guys' ear. I meant to mute myself. I don't know what Aaron's interpretation of mild is, but I don't think that he and anybody he's ever had an argument with would agree on that.
And by the end of the day, I said, look, I can't do this anymore. I'm done. I'm absolutely done. Hold on. I'm making notes for myself. Okay. I was sitting here in the studio when I said it. She was standing right here. She stormed off. I've got another guest bedroom that she stays in when she's upset. She went over into the bedroom. She walked out into the living room area.
Another red flag. Another red flag. I have a separate guest bedroom that Jenna stays in when she's mad. Guys, I was married to my ex-husband for 12 years. My wife and I will have been married 8 years this January, coming up next month. Never in either of those marriages did I have a separate space because I was mad. What? Like, that should tell you right off the bat that your relationship is bad. If you have to provide a separate space for your significant other to inhabit because they cannot be in the same room as you for an extended period of time. Yeah.
The next thing I hear crashing and banging and all sorts of noise in the kitchen. I go out there. Jenna has taken a giant Costco pumpkin pie and body slammed it on the kitchen floor.
That's very dramatic. Those things are big.
She's taken a giant watermelon and cracked it open on the kitchen floor.
What a weird combo. Watermelon and pumpkin pie? I don't even understand that, but anyway.
And drinks all over the kitchen floor.
Just making a mess.
It's not the first time she's done things like this.
Oh.
And in many of these incidences, Jenna gets physically abusive with me.
Now, Aaron wants to establish this right at the beginning of the video, that Jenna is physically abusive. Why is he doing that? We all know why. Because he's been accused in the past on video of being physical with women, and even admitted that it was him who threw Juliana into the building on a video with me. If you guys don't remember that, I have to find that video. I was shocked in that moment because I was like, well, the video's blurry. It's not good contrast. You can't really tell it's you. Oh, that's 100% me. That's what he said. It's 100% me. So, yes, I agree with you, one and only Mrs. J. I agree, Mrs. J. If you are being, guys, and again, trigger warning. If you are a victim of domestic violence, of physical abuse in any way, shape, or form, please contact the authorities. Do not hesitate. Even if it's something minor. Even if it's just, you think, oh, it's not a big deal, whatever. They apologize, blah, 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 blah. Put it on record. Put it on record. Okay? Again, I also want to point out a fact that Jenna is basically 5 foot nada. She probably weighs $105. 110, maybe, if I'm being generous. Aaron is, 220 to 230 pounds, 6'3" man. Unless she has a lethal weapon in her hands, I don't think, in my opinion, that physically, just physicality to physicality, she is as much a threat to him as he is to her.
Hits me, she scratches me, she throws things at me.
Which she filed no reports on.
On that Monday, whatever that Monday was before the Thursday I went to jail, I went out there in the kitchen and I said, you've got to stop.
The 10th.
And she says, I'm not going to stop. You can make me stop.
So he says, I want you to stop. She says, I'm not going to stop. You make me. What does he do next? As
anyone else would do.
No, absolutely not as anyone else would do. But this is what he did.
Grabbed her arms. I held her.
So Aaron right here admits to grabbing her arms and holding her. What?
And I said, you've got to leave the house or I'm going to call the police. She said, go ahead and call the police. I said, okay, I will, but you're going to leave the house. She said, let me get my phone. I said, yeah, go ahead, get your phone. And then she left the house and sat on the front porch of my house.
That is assault. Now, here's the deal, guys. If you are in your home and someone in your home is fucking your shit up, fucking up your Costco pumpkin pie and fucking up your watermelon and breaking glasses and shit, you call the police. You pull out your phone, video them, and call the police. Okay? That is what you do. You never, ever, if someone isn't threatening your life with a weapon, okay? You don't put your hands on somebody. It's not self-defense at that point. That's not how that works. Okay? And Aaron makes that clear. He says, I told her to stop. She said, you make me. And he grabbed her. Now, even if she said, make me, and she's like acting like a whatever, it doesn't matter. Call the police. This is Aaron again. Guys, these are not my words. These are Aaron's words. This is a man who's facing 2 battery charges already, admitting on video during a live to a battery. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification between assault and battery. You see what I'm saying? This is not smart. This is not smart. Like, why? Okay? So this is the setup for us all to turn on Jenna. What's the intention of this video? Is the intention of his video to protect his reputation? No. The intention of this video is to Darvo him into the victim, Jenna into the aggressor, psycho hose beast, ex-girlfriend, and once again, put a hero cape on this guy for all the sacrifices he's made. All the sacrifices he's made for everybody. The destruction of property is negligible because A, it wasn't reported. We don't even know if it's true. Let's just keep that in mind. This is a story where he admits in the story to a battery. Carrying on.
Now, I didn't want her to think that I had locked her out of the house. So I cracked, the door was not only unlocked, it was actually open. By the way, you guys still might remember, you guys still might be wondering, why are you telling us about all this? Because of what happened this morning. And because Jenna is threatening to get me arrested and thrown in jail.
Yes. Yes. This is the real reason he made the video. And he's going to get to that. He gets to it about an hour in. Okay. But let's carry on here because there's some other big juicy points here in the first 10 minutes.
Which is also what she was threatening to do while I was in jail.
Now, if we rewind, we remember that when Aaron got arrested, Jenna first did a video with Erica. Then she did like 2 other videos. And then those videos came down. Then they went back up. And then they came down again off Aaron's channel. He's going to explain why that happened.
And honestly, I need to rip this Band-Aid off. I have no personal desire for anyone in the world to know anything about my private relationships with Jenna or anything at all.
But he's going to repeatedly tell us about Jenna, Heather, and at the end, bonus round, Lindsay's back.
Used it as a manipulation, control mechanism, a threat. And by the way, every one of my friends who are close to me.
Again, my friends who are close to me
will vouch for everything I have to say in this video.
Will vouch. Look at the eyes. They will vouch for everything I say. Like that's not a claim. That's a command. They will vouch. They will for everything I say. Except for when you brought up Marilyn, his #1 top friend, she kind of didn't totally vouch for him.
Video. Everything. The physical abuse, the threats, the manipulation, the violence, everything.
Everything. He has a list for them. He has a list that he wants vouched for.
Okay.
Again, this death water is not helping him. That's 1 can.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, needs a 2nd can. Here we go.
Okay. Jenna left the house that Monday. By the way, I've got Marilyn helping me in the back. I haven't looked at the starred comments yet, Marilyn, but just a little. This is not in reaction to anything that you starred because I haven't seen any starred comments. Comments that are just taking my side or whatever. Don't worry about it. The comments that I'm going to be interested in taking up are people who are asking questions about actually very relevant, vital pieces of the story that I might have omitted because I've hardly made any notes over here. I'm going out of sequence, jumping back and forth in time, but trying not to.
It's so confusing.
Any questions? And because Marilyn's one of the people in my life who knows everything.
She knows everything.
And if anyone's ever wondered why the core group of friends that I have around me have,
again, that's like, what is that? Is that #4? Core group of friends.
Stayed so close with me and stayed with me through anything.
And those people, let's be clear. We're talking about Clearwater George. We're talking about Marilyn. We're talking about Feral Cheryl. We're talking about Natalie. Kai, I think, is a guy there. Dusty. Who are the other people? Erica. Yeah. These are the people who show up. Okay. Who show up all the time, who doggedly defend him, who come for me in my comments, who make nasty videos about me, who, all of this is his counsel. Now, Jenna used to be on that council. She's not on that council. She's not on that council anymore. Okay. But these are the people. These are the people.
Everything is because these are the friends who know no matter what's being said by who, where, when, they can call me anytime and be like, okay, motherfucker, give me the straight truth. What's going on?
Yeah. They're going to call him to get the narrative that they then repeat. It is not. What's happening? I saw the thing. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know what you asked, Cuddly Floof. I'm sorry. I missed it. Anyway. Yeah.
Going on. And I will give all the information and they can decide
Give it all.
whether I'm being honest with them.
Uh-huh. And then they can decide whether I'm being honest with them. So he doesn't say he's being honest. Guys, you have to listen very carefully. He tells you. He tells you it's crafting a narrative. He gives them the information. He didn't say I'm telling them the total truth and then they understand what the truth is. He said, I give them all the information and they can decide. They can decide if I'm telling them the truth. Right there, guys, he's revealing it, okay? There's so much revealed in this. So much revealed.
And that's the nature of these close relationships that I have, and that's why they are so strong, and that's why they are so lasting. And I don't tend to want to have that same relationship with my entire viewing audience.
Yeah, I don't need to have that relationship with my audience. What? Oh, I need the tea on that, Peter. Dusty left the Lisa McPherson protest over something upsetting, which started at court on Friday. Oh. Yes, guys, we're going to go over Jenna's part about this, okay? About what she says, okay? Here we go.
But I feel like I'm being put in a situation where for my own safety, and because Jenna is determined to destroy my reputation and income on the internet until I want to harm myself.
This is the narrative that he wants you guys to believe, that Jenna Miscavige has literally told him that I'm going to make you feel so much pain that I'm going to make you want to die.
You guys know me. I ain't taking that shit. Okay?
I ain't taking that shit.
I never wanted to talk about any of this. And this morning, I've been given no choice. And I will get there, I promise. Okay. So on Monday, by the way, this was a Monday after we already had an amazing, from what I can recall, an otherwise amazing drama-free visit, which is
an amazing drama-free visit, guys. What does that entail for Aaron in his mind? Is that just, I mean, and he admits to this fully later, guys. So it's going to sound a little out of, like I'm talking out of school here. Okay. But does that just mean like lots of sex and that he's had some orgasms and so he's having a great time? You know, like I don't know what that means for him. Just lots of fucking and, yeah. Yeah. We're gonna get to some tea here, guys. I'm getting messages from all kinds of people about things I need to clock.
Which is rare. We usually have at least 1 or 3 major fights every time that she's here. And Jen is here every other weekend from Thursday to Tuesday. Every other weekend from Thursday to Tuesday.
Guys, you have 1 or 3 fights every other week in a 5-day period. That is not a healthy relationship. Again, my wife and I have been married for 8 years. We have disagreements, but we don't have fights like that. It's called a discussion.
Jen is here. We take turns paying for the flights. We used to fly back and forth, take turns flying.
No, this is a straight out lie. We used to fly back and forth. Aaron, you went there twice. Okay. Stop. Again, the narrative that he's done so much. He went to San Diego twice.
Back and forth. I told her I just couldn't do it anymore. She we basically mutually agreed that she would be the one flying.
It was not a mutual agreement. If you guys go back to her videos, maybe she'll release the other 2. I don't know. You know, she made it clear in those early videos that he was refusing to come out.
And we would take turns paying for it. Okay. She leaves the house. Without a jacket and without shoes. It's like 45 degrees outside.
Right,
I have no idea where. Shaky, destructive, toxic foundation.
Okay.
And it seems to be why things go from good or even really good to worse or worse than ever in like 5 or 10 minutes. And then we spend the next 3 or 4 days endlessly arguing about it on the phone. Jenna has, I want to say, I want to use the word condition, but it's not fair because it sounds like.
So now Aaron is going to dismiss and diminish someone with a, attachment issues, that she's admitted she has these attachment issues, and try to make it seem like she's a bad person and that he's, the bigger person here.
I'm diagnosing. When Jenna is in her best frame of mind, she will freely admit that due to her childhood of cult abuse and abandonment, never having lived in a home with her parents or her family before, she has a fear of abandonment.
Just end the sentence there. And I don't know how to act around somebody like that. I'm not educated on trauma. I have my own PTSD that I just found out about from the psychologist that saw me while I was in jail to prove that I'm not a danger to people, so I should be able to get out. And I should get educated on that.
And those are not just like casual words. She has a pathological fear of abandonment. That causes her to process and filter almost literally everything, especially in the context of a relationship, as having a subtext of not really being loved, not really being wanted, and being just about to be abandoned. And so Jenna will go from love.
So this is something that he knows and he recognized. And did he act appropriately with a person who is in this state? No, he absolutely did not. Absolutely not. He's going to tell you how he's a victim. He's a victim of this condition. Now, here's the deal. With therapy, with other modalities, and with a very supportive partner, people can recover from this. Okay? That's facts. That's science. It happens all the time. But not as described here.
Loving to trying to destroy in minutes and over nothing. I know you guys think, Aaron, you're just minimizing. I am not.
Okay. See? So again, he's the victim. He's minimizing his trauma. Not her trauma. Minimizing his trauma. Let's be clear.
Okay.
More.
Now, before I forget, and before anyone thinks I'm trying to do revisionist history, there was a series of videos Jenna posted about me on her channel back in January about me cheating on her.
Yes. Now, he's not going to say he didn't cheat because he did.
I don't want anyone to think that I'm referring to cheating as nothing.
It's not nothing. But kind of, he does kind of say that later. Hey, which share?
But I never
Thank you for being a member for 10 months.
Because what was represented in those videos was not the full and accurate truth. And the very
yeah, guys, I cheated, but that's not the real thing. The thing is that she didn't say all the right stuff.
Allegation that I was just out cheating on Jenna is simply not true.
It's just not true that I was out fucking multiple people.
Now, of course, there's aspects to it that are true, and I'm actually even going to get into it in this video today for the first time, because why the fuck not?
Look at his eyes, guys. He is livid. Livid. Now, when Aaron says that he doesn't yell and he doesn't do things, you see this face? Have you tried to talk to somebody with that face? Does that look like a loving, understanding face? I don't think so.
I don't want anyone to think that when I say she gets upset over nothing, I'm referring to something like what she said in her videos in January, because that's not what I'm referring to at all. I'm referring to everything since then, because everything since then, as far as me in this relationship, has been totally legit.
So since January, guys, he hasn't put his peen in another vagine. That's what he's saying. Except, correct, Diva. He's married. There's only one vagine his peen should be near, and that's Heather's, not anyone else's, while he is legally married.
On the up and up, okay?
So how can it's not a relationship? Like this, first of all, this whole victim trope of him being a victim in this relationship, we are talking about a married man with children who wants us to believe that his he's the sole provider for his wife and children. The problem is his mistress, who's now telling truths about him that he doesn't want everybody to know because it's nobody's business. And she's going to take away his power to fucking, do this. Like, what?
She has a pathological fear of abandonment.
You already said that.
One of the ways this fear rears its head in this relationship is, and guys, I know you think I'm going to be exaggerating. I promise you I'm not.
Again, setting up the fact that he's a victim.
Jenna won't end a phone call.
That's not true. I've talked to Jenna on the phone.
No, come on. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Guys,
it is.
Even when Jenna's in a good mood with me, not triggered, not upset, not arguing, not unhappy, she won't end a phone call.
She won't end
Ending
it.
a phone call triggers her fear of abandonment. So she has said, I have to be the one to end phone calls. Why was I even mentioning that? All right, let me make a note.
Thank you, Fire Hose. Yeah, I hope Jenna stays strong. I'm here to support Jenna.
We're gonna get back to that because I forget the specific point that I was making. Other than the fact that her inability
to make
to
a
end
note,
he
can't remember what he's talking about, and then he comes back to it. And just
one of the common threads in all of our arguments, because she wants me to be the one to end the phone call. But
yes and no, Julie. Jenna did choose to be with a married man, partially. This married man has told two women, first Lindsay, for 4 years. He tries to make it like he and Lindsay didn't have a relationship. They were fucking and doing things for 4 years. And he told Lindsay for 4 years that he was leaving Heather. Then he summarily dumped Lindsay as soon as he found out Jenna was divorced. And he also told Jenna for the last 2 years that he was divorcing Heather. There is no divorce. Okay? So, yes, Jenna has culpability in choosing to continue a relationship with a married individual. Correct. But this married individual tells the women that he's fucking that he's divorcing his wife, or that he has an open relationship, which is not anything that is actual facts.
if I sound too eager to end the phone call, then it triggers her, why don't you love me and want to talk to me? And I'm like, well, we did talk for 3 hours, but it's 2:00 in the morning and I have to go to sleep. And
again, he's a victim.
It's okay.
He's a victim.
I love you. I'll still be here tomorrow.
Too much.
And she'll say, well, listen, if you could just say, I love you and I will still be here tomorrow, that would help me not spin out of control when you try to end the phone call.
Okay.
I'm like, okay.
Guys, we're going to pause here for just a minute. I'm going to put up a little thing. Talk amongst yourselves. I have to go. Guys, my alarm just went off. I had to go. I got to go knead some bread, and I'm making some Scottish breakfast yeasty rolls because I'm trying to make more bread at home in my lesbian trad wife life, and I'm also working on a sourdough starter at the same time. So I will be right back. I'll be right back. Give me just 1 minute. Please talk amongst yourselves. And I'm back. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. I feel like I tried to get it off. I got flour all over my shirt. Oh my God. I need hold music. Okay. All right, let's get back into it. I got to pick up the popcorn that fell. So when my dogs come in here, they don't need the popcorn. Okay. I'm excited to show you guys my rolls. All right, here we go.
I think I remember why I was mentioning the phone call thing. Even though we broke up on that Monday, when we break up, Jenna loses emotional control of herself. And even if I don't want to be in a relationship with Jenna, I do very much love her.
Cue the tears. Cue. You can't hear me? Hang on. How about now? You hear me? Cue the tears. Here they are.
And I would never want anything to happen to her for any reason, but especially if it was because of me. And so in all of the many times that we have broken up, she will say, can we talk? And I'll say, well, yeah, we can talk, but I'm not going to argue. And she goes, okay, but it's not all my fault. And I'll be like, I don't care whose fault it is. It could be all my fault for all I care. I'm not going to fight. You seem to love to fight, and I'm just not going to do it. And eventually,
in my opinion, now look, the tears went away, right? In my opinion, fighting in Aaron's language means not agreeing 100% with him. That's the experience I had, y'all.
I'll succeed in staying off of the phone for a number of hours until at 12, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, she'll say, please, 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 I'm begging you. I need you. I am not well. I'm afraid of what I might do.
More
please,
tears.
Even if you just get on the phone and say nothing, please get on the phone with me.
Okay, so if someone that you're in a relationship with is telling you, like, I need help, that's serious. That's not something to be used as manipulation or, for a fucking show. Mental health matters. Suicidal ideation is not something to use to Darvo your way into being the victim. Okay? And if you are not equipped as a human being to give support adequately to someone who is displaying that to you in such a way, then you need to get them the help they need. Doing a fucking live stream, revealing that to the world as if to say, she's so gross to me that she threatens, to kill herself if I don't talk to her. No, this is a person who's in a shit place, who wants the one person who she thinks she can trust, who's supposed to be there no matter what if you love somebody. And instead, he's using that to like gain karma right now. Okay, this is, look at what he did. He's a good guy, but also a victim. Diabolical.
And so then, or some version of that. And, Jenna's got kids. I care about Jenna. I love Jenna.
Don't mention people's kids.
To me and to a lot of people. And I'm not going to abandon someone who's asking for my help in that way. Even though Jenna says I abandon her all the time, every time I refuse to continue fighting and hang up the phone. That's Jenna's definition of abandonment, by the way. Saying, we've already been fighting for 4 hours and I'm not going to do it anymore. If you're not going to get off the phone, I'm going to have no choice but to hang up on you. And then I hang up the phone. That's abandonment. By the way, that's abandonment. That's also Jenna's definition of abuse. Jenna says I abuse her
right there
by refusing to talk to her. She also says I refuse to talk to her even if we've already spent 6 hours talking. Okay.
More death water.
Even when I have said to Jenna, many, many fights, shit, I don't want to blow my nose in front of you guys. I'm going to try not to.
I don't want to blow my nose, guys. I'll just.
Even when I've said to Jenna, Jenna, the truth is the only reason we're still together is because you threaten to hurt yourself or make me want to hurt myself when we break up. And she goes, well, then why do you even stay with me then? And I go, because I want the good times. When the times are good, they're really good. I've actually never had a connection with anyone like I've had with Jenna before. I've never been able to talk with someone the way I've able to talk.
You're married. For 23 years, you're still married. You have a wife. You have a wife.
With Jenna. I've never had anyone be as supportive of me.
You have a wife. You have a wife who literally lets you sit in this man cave all day and play expert on the internet. Who's raising your children.
As Jenna has been in the times when she's being supportive. But I've also never had anyone try to hurt me and insult me and degrade me and harm me and try to turn my friends against me and say how much they hate me. I mean, Jenna will go from saying, I love you, the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I want to be with you forever. I can't imagine living without you. To being like, you're an abusive, narcissistic, lying, cheating sociopath who's just been using me this entire time. And I'm going to tell the world what you've done.
Yes. I'm glad he finally said all those things.
She can go from one to the other in 10 fucking minutes. And, you know, I tend to be super, super, super analytical and not very emotional. And I'll be like, Jenna, just listen to yourself. If everything you're saying about me is what you really believe, you should not be in a relationship with me. And it just seems like you only ever say these things when I tell you, I don't want to be in a relationship with you anymore. And then she'll be like, well, I've just been covering for you. And, you know, Jen is constantly telling me that the only reason anyone ever supports me at all is because of her, that she's been covering for me. Everyone will believe me. This is like, honestly, she said this within the first 2 months of our relationship. People will believe me. This is what she said. People will believe me.
Look at his face.
In other words, I'm going to tell everyone what you're really like, and they'll believe me because I'm Jenna Miscavige.
No, I don't believe those words came out of Jenna's mouth. I have said that multiple times, that people will believe her because she's Jenna Miscavige. People will believe me. People should believe truth, Aaron, no matter whose mouth it comes out of.
So I guess I'm kind of jumping in to answer the question, why did I stay in the relationship? There's two reasons, and I'll leave it to a therapist to decide which one is the most real, most true, most important overriding reason.
So again, this isn't the truth. This is, he's going to give you information. So choose your own adventure.
One, I can hear the police knocking on my door, by the way. I'm not going to end this video.
I'm sorry, what? So right there, he knows police are at his door. Now, guys, can some legal eagle in Florida help me out? This is a man who's out on essentially his own reconnaissance, supervised reconnaissance at his home, just barely out of jail, 48 hours, who is having a police report on him during a live. Guys, we are 23 minutes in. The police arrive at his house. And he says, I'm not ending the live. I can hear them at the door. So that indicates to me that he heard knocking and somebody said, you know, Clearwater Police Department. And he's like, I'm not answering the door. I'm not ending this live. Can somebody please, with some knowledge or something of Clearwater police procedure, isn't that against the rules? Like, he's under supervised release right now. And he just admitted on a live that he heard the police at the door and that he ignored them. That's not a good look for somebody who's out on parole, who the judge was already like, yo, bro, I think you're doing this for clicks and views. That's not good. This already has 15,000 views, okay? And counting. Almost 16, we'll just call it 16. 16,000 views. Now that sounds like a revocation of bond is coming. This is not, none of this is good.
I'm not going to be answering the door.
I'm not going to be, and he doubled down, guys. Again, these are not my words. This is not my, I'm not adding this to this. This is just what he says.
I very much value what this relationship is like, has been like.
Right? He should not have acknowledged that. Like, now the prosecutor can go back and look, prosecutor, 23-minute mark, and present that in court. He's done. He's done. And he's going to say, this is a Scientology thing. It's a Scientology op for him to, they want to put me. No, home, you're putting your actions and words are literally putting yourself in danger. You're a danger to yourself.
When it is good. I have chosen time and time again to believe
or victim
that eventually and over time, as Jenna becomes more secure in the relationship itself,
as she becomes more
and that her fear of
dominated
abandonment
by me
gets less and less and less, which is probably the mistake in thinking that something like that can get less and less over time, especially without, professional help. That as she gets more secure in the relationship, and as her fear of abandonment
secure
gets
in the
less and less,
relationship,
and so therefore less things in the relationship
under
trigger
more of
that
his
animalistic
control.
rage, that things will get better.
Animalistic rage.
That is what I like.
Which animal? Are we talking about like a ferret? Are we talking about like a little fucking prairie dog? Jenna is tiny. Animalistic rage. Again, trying to paint her as a complete psycho, trying to paint her as some sort of dangerous person. This is a 5 foot, 105 pound woman versus a 6 foot plus 230 pound man. Which one could be more dangerous when they are in a rage?
To tell myself is the main reason I've stayed in this relationship. There's also the fact that Jenna has made it very clear to me, or at least Jenna's words and actions have made me very firmly believe that it was never going to be possible for me to get out of the relationship without Jenna trying to publicly destroy me in a way that would make it impossible for me to continue to even support myself and my daughters.
Notice he's not supporting Heather here. He forgot about her, just himself and his daughters. Guys, he has a real estate license. I think it might have lapsed. He used to brag about his real estate business and that YouTube was just a side gig. He also wants to blame me and other people for his loss in views and blah, 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 blah. What Aaron leaves out of the conversation, guys, is that YouTube about 6 months ago changed the algorithm. Okay? Now, instead of views, which people are copiously buying, and subscribers as well, they don't care. You could have 5 subscribers. You can have 5 views. They don't care. They want watch time hours. That's all they care about now. So if you've come into this video and you've been here for the whole hour and 16 minutes, thank you very much. Okay? They want to know that people are engaging with your content. Now, technically, I'm fucking myself up right now because I'm doing a vertical live instead of a horizontal live. And that's because I haven't finished putting my office together, guys. Okay, this is the real deal. That YouTube now wants you to make content that is like Emmy worthy, essentially. Okay. It has nothing to do with anything else. And also, when people come in and they do a view, it's like 20 seconds counts as a view. So if people are just scrolling and they watch your shit for 20 seconds and they're like, boring, and they go on to the next thing, yeah, you get a fuck ton of views and you get this much money. But if they stay and you engage them, then that's how that works. So the money aspect of it has nothing to do other than Aaron has to change his format. He has to do more lives like this, and he has to do more thing. But he was seeing, guys, that his protest videos in the early days were getting 500,000 views, and he was getting rewarded for that in 2024. In 2025, they changed that. He didn't change. He kept going on and doing the Tom Cruise because he thought he was going to be making all this money. He couldn't understand. They changed the algorithm. They don't want the vertical stuff anymore because now TikTok isn't going away. The only reason they were pushing us to do this vertical stuff is because TikTok was going away and they wanted to take the TikTok audience. Now they realize TikTok ain't never going away. Okay? So they want to create their own audience. Okay? So here we go.
On YouTube. And that's a pretty major thing to have hanging over my head in a relationship. Okay?
Here's the deal. You made your relationship. Here's the part. Again, he's not a victim. He's the one that made his relationship part of his channel. He's the one that recruited this woman onto YouTube and then courted her while married.
And, okay, I have to write down another thing I want to not forget about.
Don't make your relationship part of your fucking work. Okay. I don't know what to tell you.
Now, Jenna comes up with her own reason why I've stayed in the relationship.
Oh, okay.
It's not because I actually want a loving, happy, healthy relationship and I'm hopeful that one day this will become that. It's not that Jenna's threatened to destroy me publicly if I don't stay with her. Jenna has decided over and over again, the real reason I stay in the relationship is because I'm using her.
Yes.
I'm using her to massage and improve my image, and that my credibility and support in my community, the ex-Scientology community, and also the YouTube community.
First of all, my community? Get the fuck out of here. My community. It's not your community, Aaron. It's not your community, Aaron. Like, come on. It's not your community. You don't own it. You don't own everyone speaking out about Scientology. You're not the fucking boss.
Is only because of her, and I use her for that. And that's why I stay in the relationship. And I never really loved her at all.
Yes, I'm glad he's finally admitting all these things. It's good. This is healthy. This is a healthy part. Yeah, no, 100 guys. Let's look at the last 2 years. Okay, Aaron, from the launch of his relationship with Jenna, ended up on many very big talk shows, on many very big internet shows, publications, etc., but only in combination with Jenna. Prior to that, he got a few shows. He was on Lex Friedman and a couple other things, you know, but that was very sporadic. This last year, he got a lot. Why? Because of Jenna, because of his proximity to Jenna. Okay? And the fact that he thinks that that's not the case is wild. Nobody cares what Aaron Smith-Levin has to say about Scientology. A lot of people don't care what I have to say. People want automatically to know what the niece of the leader of one of the fucking biggest cults in the world has to say. Whether you agree with what she has to say, whether you like what she has to say, whether you like her, it doesn't matter. That's just how society works. Okay? That's just how it works.
Just been tricking her the whole time.
Yeah.
Now, guys, I have broken up with Jenna so many times I can't even count.
Again, why say that out loud?
And sometimes Jenna will get upset and she'll break up with me. But you know what I've never done once?
But yet he's trapped and he can't break up with her. He just said he broke up with her a lot of times. But remember at the beginning where he said he was unable to break up with her and he's been trying to do it for a year? Guys, he didn't rehearse this very well.
In 2 years. This relationship's been going on for just about 2 years. I see people asking, where does Jenna live? Jenna lives in San Diego. Okay. She could end this relationship anytime she wants by just not flying out here anymore.
Yeah, that's her problem. She keeps getting on a plane. It's not because you beg her to come see you.
Oh shit, I just lost my train of thought. Damn it.
Get some more of that water.
The one thing I've never done in 2 years of this relationship.
Oh, here we go. This is the ultimate. This is the ultimate slam in his mind. Okay, I'm going to rewind it 1 second because I'm interrupting him. 26:32.
This relationship is ever even once ask to get back together with her. Not once.
So, again, first he's the victim because he can't break up. But when he does break up, he's never asked her to get back together, which means she's asked him to get back together. And he said yes. But he's going to blame her for keep on asking to get back together when he's saying she could have broken up with me and stayed in San Diego. But she's the one begging to get back together, and he just keeps giving in to these demands of an animalistic, ragey, tiny woman who's in San Diego, 3,000 miles away from him. None of this makes any sense. None of this makes any sense.
Anytime I've broken up with her, I have never gone back and said, sweetie, I'm really sorry for everything I said or did. Can we please get back together? I love you so much.
Okay. Ladies, women of the internet, if you are in a relationship with another human being who is constantly hurting you and causing you mental distress, physical distress, whatever, and he never apologizes, which this man just admitted that he has never apologized to her ever in 2 years, and never tries to make things better, tells you that he loves you and that, you know, he fucked up. Run. Do not walk. Do not walk. Do not stroll. Do not skip. Do not frolic away from that man. Run. Block him everywhere. Change your phone number. Run. This is a self-admitted abusive narcissist saying very clearly, that in 2 years of breaking up with her, he has never asked her to get back together. He has never apologized, and he's never, tried to make it right. Yet, we're to believe that he was unable to break up with her for a year. Because, why? Because she was going to tell the truth about him. Not ruin his reputation. The truth will ruin your reputation. Okay? She doesn't have to try to do that. The truth will do that. Because you are proving here in this conversation with yourself and the internet that you are not a good person. You are not trustworthy. You are not loving. You are not kind. You are not understanding. You're not forgiving. You don't listen, and you don't care.
Nope. Anytime Jenna has broken up with me, I've felt a wave of relief wash over me.
Anytime Jenna has broken up with me, I have felt a wave of relief wash over me. I'm sorry, what? But yet you kept going back. Why? Well, he answers that question here later in the video.
I was like, oh, thank God. She can't blame me for this. Thank God. And then just give it some time. Give it time. Eventually, hey, can we talk? Can we talk? Can we talk? And I'll be like, nope, I'm not doing that again, Jenna. That's how you trick me in getting on the phone, and then you refuse to end the conversation. And then if I end the conversation, you threaten to destroy my life, and I'm not doing it.
Okay, I want to go to Jenna's because she started her video, guys, when he was about right here in the video, because she didn't start it right away. Okay. And she confirms and denies some stuff. I'm also going to speed Jenna's video up here.
Respond to the video that Aaron is doing about me live because he has me blocked in his comments and he's a complete disgusting liar. And I'm going to talk about it as he goes.
Let me see where she starts.
One lie.
And Jenna basically was, licking her wounds for 2 or 3 days. Like she says,
okay, we haven't quite gotten there. Hang on one second. Okay. Thank you, Fire Hose. He loves her. I'm not a monster.
okay, let's fast forward a little bit to jail.
Okay, now he's
Jenna
in jail.
and I had already broken up that Monday.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the whole process of me having to stay on the phone with her for 5 hours a day and night, even though we're broken up, that was happening again, but it was going a little better than it had gone in the past.
Okay, let's get this straight. You're in jail. You have to pay for these calls. We've seen the live and the pre-record. After 30 minutes, you have to pay more time. You could just not call back. You could just do that. You could just put the iPad down and not touch it.
Now, by the way, let me see my text message.
You're not being held hostage in jail on a call. You just hang up.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, when I went to court the first time before I got thrown in jail, the first time we had also just broken up again.
News alert.
Exact same scenario. Had a fight on Monday, flew home Tuesday, broken up. We had just broken up again. And we were on the phone the night before I was going to court. It was one of these endless multi-hour phone calls. I said, Jenna,
again, he's the victim.
I have court in the morning. I have to sleep. And here's why she doesn't let me off the phone. She can't sleep when she's upset with me and we're arguing. By the way,
okay. Again, that's what happens.
Us arguing means she's upset with me. I've tried to explain myself and apologize, but she's still upset. We can't get off the phone.
I don't believe that. You just said you don't apologize.
Sleep.
You just said you don't apologize.
The rage. She says it feels like 100 rats trying to crawl out of her body through her skin. He's
really, 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 really trying to invoke a lot of imagery here in regards to Jenna. First, she's a rageful animal. Now it's rats. Interesting.
She has a physical pathological reaction tied to this fear of abandonment. And being on the phone and fighting does not trigger her fear of abandonment. Being off the phone triggers her fear of abandonment.
Because he's an expert.
And I said, I have to go to sleep. I have to go to sleep. And she goes, you know what this does to me. You're doing this to me on purpose. This is abuse. This is abuse. You know this is driving me crazy and you're doing it anyway. And I'm like, I have to sleep, Jenna. I have to sleep. I said, we can get off the phone amicably or I'm going to have to hang up the phone. I have to sleep. And of course, it's just rah, 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 rah. I said, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I love you very much. We'll talk tomorrow. I have to sleep.
Oh, that time you said, I love you.
I woke up the next morning to a bunch of text messages from Jenna telling her how much she hoped I was sent to jail.
She was hoping you went to jail.
That was an earlier incident, like so a few weeks earlier. She'd already sent me text messages the morning of court telling her how she really hoped I was sent to jail because that's what I deserved. Okay. And I was a monster and blah, 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 blah.
And blah, 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 blah.
We got together. We got back together after that argument. Okay. So the Monday before Thursday, November 13th, we break up.
Again, we're back here.
Endless phone call, post-breakup, endless phone call process was going a little better than it normally does. And once again, here we were on a Wednesday night before I had court.
Oh, no.
There was a very real possibility I was going to jail. And here we are having an endless fight that she won't get off the phone and won't let me off the phone, even though I'd taken 3 sleeping pills. And I said, Jenna, I got to
sleeping pills.
I've got to go to sleep. And she goes, you better not get off the phone. I said, Jenna, I don't have a choice. I mean, I'll stay on the phone, but I'm about to fall asleep. I'm just trying to give you a heads up. My sleeping pills have kicked in. I'm falling asleep. I don't even have to hang up the phone, but I'm falling asleep. Okay. And then I cannot remember if she hung up the phone or I hung up the phone. But to her credit, the next morning when I woke up, I did not have any hateful text messages from her.
Oh, no hateful text messages.
Hey, someone block
Marilyn.
Would you block that, Marilyn?
Marilyn, can you block that?
You see it, right?
That's like 4 or 5 times or anything. You see that? This was a super chat that came up about Colombia.
Double check.
They wanted to get a question answered about his time doing blow-in hookers in Colombia.
I can't really tell.
I can't tell. Did you get that?
Marilyn, thumbs up is blocked. Okay, thanks.
Marilyn, did you block it? Marilyn, Marilyn, can you block that?
Okay.
Can you block that?
Check something else over here.
I got more notes. His notes are usually on the other side.
To Jenna's credit, the next morning that I woke up,
compliments.
I did not have any hateful messages from her.
More Darva. Watch.
If I recall correctly, there was even an encouraging text message. I was like, okay, that is positive.
Thumbs up.
Go to court.
He literally just gave her a thumbs up.
I'm in court.
Okay, here we go.
It dawns on me. You better send all your fucking login information to some of your friends because if this goes badly, you need people to be able to access your channel.
So in court, his number one thought, not his children, not his wife that he's supporting. Okay. Not like, fuck, I might not be able to see my kids. Right. It's my daughter's birthday. Oh no, her boyfriend just died. Oh no, what about my wife? No. I better give the keys to this castle to trusted people so that my content can keep being created. I'm sorry, what? Guys, he's admitting it's about him. It's not about the mission. It's not about making sure that his videos stay up in perpetuity for truth about Scientology. Literally, please listen to his words. It's very specific. These are the things that he said, not me.
You better send all your fucking login information to some of your friends because if this goes badly, you need people to be able to access your channel. I sent that text.
If this goes badly, you need people to be able to access your channel. Now let's see what happens.
Message with all of the login information to 4 or 5 people.
4 or 5 people. Let's guess. Cheryl, Natalie, Marilyn, George, and who's the 5th person?
But you know who I didn't send it to? I did not send it to Jenna.
It's not Jenna.
Because we were broken up. And generally speaking, when we are broken up, she's threatening to harm me and destroy my life until I...
That's not harming you. Okay. When she's threatening to spill the beans, to tell the truth about you, which she did on her live, which we're going to get to in a second, that's not harming you. That's just telling the truth about you. That's just telling the truth about you.
And that is not the kind of person in that kind of situation that I'm giving them access to my YouTube channel, which is how I support my family. Okay. To Jenna's credit, even though we were broken up,
compliment,
she stepped up to the plate.
Yeah. She was very forceful, even with me, about things that I was saying that were just facts about your case, Aaron, from the website, from the case law. Again, I was a bad guy.
And she reached out to me on the messaging system in jail, and she didn't give me any nonsense of
compliance.
There was no negativity. It was all positivity.
Right?
We're here for
that's what he wants, guys. He doesn't want anyone to tell him anything critical about him or what he says or does. Just positivity, just compliments. That's not culty at all.
you. We're going to do this for, we're going to get taken care of. I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing X, Y, and Z. And there was never any even mention of, oh, look.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look, I have some cuts on my wrists from this morning. I guess I haven't even told you guys what happened this morning, but we're getting there.
We're going to get to this morning.
Oh,
look, I have cuts on my wrist. What?
I'm just going to hide some of these people that are making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to hide them.
You're going in timeout. We're going in timeout. Calm down. My mods are doing the best that they can.
He's never apologized.
No one needs any of your negativity here, okay?
Yeah, I don't want any negativity, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trashing my mistress. No one else can be negative but me.
Now, Jenna and I, while I was in jail, never specifically had a conversation about whether we're back in a relationship or not.
Yeah, we're not official.
But I think reasonable people in our situation would reasonably assume that we were back together. Mainly because of everything Jenna was doing. Jenna would only do that for me usually if we're in a relationship. And, we were talking for hours a day on the phone, and we were back to the I love yous, and we were back to the sweet.
Guys, half the time that I was defending Aaron from Stephanie and other things, we weren't even talking. I was not friends with him. I told him to go fuck himself. I was doing that because, as I've said before, I was delulu in my belief that he was a good person and that he should be protected. So I totally believe that Jenna was doing this stuff because he sucks you back in. He sucks you back in every time.
Sweeties and everything like that. And so, I'm not even trying to be cute about this. I assumed we were back in a relationship, and she assumed we were back in a relationship, even though we didn't have that conversation. It's sort of.
Does this mean there was phone sex in the jail? Is that what he's really worried about? Because that's all recorded.
Seemed self-evident. So even though we were broken up when I went to jail, after I got to jail, we were back together.
No, you weren't.
And Jenna worked her guts out to help
me.
More
compliments. Let's suck her back in.
Coordination, and all sorts of stuff. And not only am I incredibly grateful and thankful to her for what she did.
Darvo.
I don't think anyone else could have done it. I think it was
nobody
only
else could have done that.
So I don't only
not
thank
my
her for
wife,
the contribution.
Not
I thank
Natalie,
her for making it possible.
Not Marilyn,
raising the money for the attorney.
Not Rabbit.
Raising the money for the attorney, especially.
What's up, Liz?
I really don't think it would have even been possible to raise those funds in that amount of time without Jenna's help. So, okay, Jenna and I spent 3 hours a day on the phone while I was in jail. I spent $600 in phone calls during
3 hours a day. Now, this was of his own volition. You don't have to spend 3 hours a day on the phone. No one has to do that. That's excessive. You're in jail. Carry on.
22 days in jail. Jenna wasn't the only one I spoke to on the phone. I spoke to Marilyn, of course. I spoke to Natalie, of course. I spoke to a couple other friends, but 600.
What about your daughters? What about your wife? How much of that time in 22 days did you spend talking to these daughters that you care about so much, that you're supporting, that you're threatened? How much time was that? Was it 3 hours for each of them? That would be 9 hours talking to just them. And then if you're talking to Jenna for 3 hours, that's 12 hours on the phone. And then, talking to all those other people, it means you didn't sleep. That doesn't make no sense.
Do the math, guys. 16 cents a minute, $600, 22 days. How many hours a day of that? How many hours per day is that on the phone? That's a lot of phone.
Let's do the math. Let's do the math.
Things came to a head on Thanksgiving Day. Heather, the mother of my children, put up a Thanksgiving post on my YouTube community page.
3 hours a day times 22.
I might have asked Heather not to do the post. But,
10 hours.
Sometimes Heather listens to me. Sometimes she doesn't.
$10. No.
Heather making that post and some other things pushed Jenna over the edge. And Jenna sent me a message in jail saying, I am sick of this shit. Either I'm going to run the channel or Heather's going to run the channel. I'm not going to keep carrying on like this. I'm so sick and tired of this. That's what I woke up to on my Thanksgiving.
So now he's trying to say that there was a Jenna. I'm doing it by hours and not minutes. I have to calculate it by minutes. And a Jenna and Heather off. Yeah. Now go back here. Let's see how he refers to Heather here in the first moment.
Put up a Thanksgiving post on my
Please. Sorry, I didn't go back far enough.
attorney, especially.
Yeah.
I really don't.
So Jenna is the one that got the Theophilo, very Greek last name, Jerry, to be the attorney. She negotiated it. She says this in her video. I'll let her talk about it.
Impossible to raise those funds in that amount of time without Jenna's help. So,
and she got all that money, which I know is hard to do, guys. I'm still raising funds for my lawyer. There's the thing. Please, it's here. Okay. Please help me. Help out. I'm still in the middle of a legal thing, but whatever. That's not the point today.
Okay. Jenna and I spent 3 hours a day on the phone while I was in jail. I spent $600 in phone calls during the 22 days in jail. Jenna wasn't the only one I spoke to on the phone. I spoke to Marilyn, of course. I spoke to Natalie, of course. I spoke to a couple other friends, but 600, do the math, guys. 16 cents a minute, $600,
hours.
How many hours a day of that? How many hours per day is that on
divided by 24 it doesn't make any sense.
Things came to a head on Thanksgiving Day. Heather, the mother of my children, put up a Thanksgiving post on my YouTube community page.
Heather, the mother of my children. No, your wife, you fucking asshole. Your wife.
I might have asked Heather not to do the post, but sometimes Heather listens to me, sometimes she doesn't.
I might have asked her to not do it, but sometimes she listens to me and sometimes she doesn't. We've been married 23 years. It's your wife. Heather put up, what is this post? What is this controversial post that started the whole thing? Let's look at this fucking post, if it's still even up. It's not even up anymore. It's not even up anymore. It's not even there. He instigated this shit, guys. He instigated this.
Heather making that post and some other things pushed Jenna over the edge.
So he was talking. Thank you, Pete. Thank you. The math part eluded me. So he's talking under 3 hours a day. So he couldn't have been on the phone for 3 hours a day with Jenna, guys. Fucking hell, God. He just can't. Do the math, Aaron, before you fucking say bullshit.
And Jenna sent me a message in jail saying, I am sick of this shit. Either I'm going to run the channel or Heather's going to run the channel. I'm not going to keep carrying on like this. I'm so sick and tired of this. Yeah. That's what I woke up to on my Thanksgiving Day in jail.
That's what I woke up to on my Thanksgiving Day in jail. Bitch, you're in jail. You're in motherfucking jail. Your Thanksgiving Day again. What? Your Thanksgiving Day.
I then said, hey, listen, this is a monitored, recorded platform. I do not want to fight on the phone. I do not want to fight on the phone. I do not want you to send me angry.
I don't want this recorded for the prosecutor.
Hateful messages through the messaging system. You can get away with doing this shit when I'm not in jail, but I'm in jail. And
I'm in jail.
I don't want you to do that. What Jenna Miscavige wants, Jenna Miscavige gets. And
what's that face? What Jenna Miscavige wants, Jenna Miscavige gets. What is she, Leo Getz from fucking Lethal Weapon? She's Joe Pesci now?
And when Jenna Miscavige decides she's being abandoned by me, Jenna Miscavige goes scorched earth, and nothing anyone can do or say will have any effect whatsoever. So I spent about 3 hours of my Thanksgiving in jail on the phone, fighting with Jenna, being told what a disgusting, abusive, controlling, cheating, lying piece of shit I was.
Did you call your kids? Did you call them? Did you spend any hours on Thanksgiving talking to your children, who you're saying over and over, this is not, I'm not trying to bring kids into it, guys. He played the kids card. Did you call them? Did you call Heather? Hang on one second, guys. Nope, the sneeze is not coming. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, let's carry on here. Yeah. This is just like,
that I wasn't working hard enough to come up with ideas for videos. I wasn't working hard enough to spend more time on the phone with my lawyer. I wasn't doing enough to empower Jenna to be the boss of everyone who was helping with my channel. And I just wasn't doing enough, and she was breaking her ass for my benefit, and I didn't even appreciate it. And I'm the one who should be doing all the work.
well, first of all, you're in jail. No one should have been, in my opinion, should have been posting anything to your channel while you're in jail. Secondly, yeah, you should be advocating for yourself, motherfucker. You were in jail. And now your ex-mistress is trying to fucking run all this shit to get you a fucking lawyer. And you're going to sit here and bitch about her because she has a whole ass family too that she's not taking care of because she's taking care of your dumb ass. Oh, fucking hell. Is this where Jenna came in? Let's see. Oops, wrong one. Let's just go here.
Look, I just feel nothing. She explained it once again. You know, look, I just get so angry. I can't.
Aaron convinces me that I get angry and that I'm wrong. And so I apologize because he's a narcissistic piece of shit who never apologizes, ever.
Control it. I just feel this pain, and I feel like if I can hurt others, I will feel better, but it doesn't work. And all I end up feeling is
that I can hurt. If I hurt others, it will feel better. What a disgusting piece of shit liar. I spoke to Heather for an hour and a half yesterday and told her everything that Aaron has been up to in my relationship and her relationship and everything he's done to use and abuse us both. Aaron yells at Heather and talks to her like she's a fucking dog.
So cut to the real reason this video is coming out today. Jenna talked to Heather yesterday for an hour and a half to spill the beans about these two's relationship and the bullshit that he's pulling behind the scenes on his wife.
His own kids asked him not to be at Thanksgiving because he is so horrible to them. And
I'm sorry. Is that why you didn't call your kids on Thanksgiving? They didn't even want you there before you went to jail. Remember all the stuff he was saying in jail on the lives? Like, they took my Thanksgiving from me. They took my Thanksgiving from me. His kids uninvited him. Please listen.
Treats them like absolute garbage. It's so uncomfortable to be around. They were happy that he was in jail for Thanksgiving because they already asked him not to be there.
Boom.
Is a deep, deep shame. And I don't know what to do about it. And that's actually when I think that might be actually when she said, I'm going to see someone, I'm going to get some medicine to help with this. And she said, I know nothing will make this.
I said, I'm going to see someone because Marilyn suggested,
but I love you.
Because Marilyn suggested that I do. And because he's been gaslighting me that everything is wrong with me and not him.
That's very loud.
He's a monster. I have never threatened him to hurt myself. Ever, if he leaves. I have said, I'm in so much pain, this hurts right now, after he ghosts me and hangs up on me. I have said that, but I have never said I'm going to hurt myself. He has used that and spread it around to friends behind my back as a complete and utter disgusting lie, as an effort to preemptively talk about this situation.
Again, laying the groundwork, like I said. Crafting a narrative. Darvo, Darvo, Darvo.
He's a monster.
And I was like, I love you.
And just so you guys know, I sent my kids away during Thanksgiving so that I could do a stream for him. Instead, he got on the phone and fucking screamed at me. And he couldn't scream because he was in jail. So he talked to me like this on the phone. And it was the third time that I spent crying while I was doing everything for him while he was in jail. And I just couldn't take it anymore. I apologize because I'm a good person. He never does. He always convinces me that it's my fault and that I'm a monster.
Yep.
She said, do you want me to come to Clearwater? Oh, because she was scheduled to come to Clearwater on, the weekend this weekend that I got out. Remember, she stays Thursdays to Tuesdays.
Aaron asked me to book a flight, which I did. Does that sound like somebody who's being forced into a relationship?
Yeah.
Tuesdays.
And my flight was non-changeable and non-refundable.
She said, do you want me to come to Clearwater? I said, you should not come. Now, that was because her request to come to Clearwater means come to Clearwater, stay with you. We'll have the weekend together as boyfriend, girlfriend. I said, no, do not come to Clearwater. Someone's asking, did she threaten Natalie? Yeah, she threatened Natalie.
I asked Natalie not to do videos on Aaron's channel until they took down my videos. That's what I asked Natalie to do.
I said, do not.
So no, he didn't. She didn't threaten Natalie. She said, take down. Jenna wants her stuff taken off the channel because she doesn't have the passwords, right? She did not threaten Natalie. So like, guys, it's all a narrative. Where's Natalie in all this? Where's Miss Switzerland? We're going to see Marilyn, but Natalie, honestly, Nat, girl, are you going to come out and fucking stand by this guy right now who is fucking just like, this is an op, honey. This is an op. From one OSA baby to another OSA baby, like this is a fucking op, man.
Do not come. The next day she sent me an email. I've decided to come to Clearwater anyway. I've made friends
Blow your nose.
Clearwater that I'm never going to see again. I want to have an opportunity to say goodbye to them. I will not come to court. I don't want us to say anything bad about each other publicly or privately. Okay,
so she's laying the groundwork here in this email. Like, bro, I'm just coming to talk to my friends. I'm not coming to court. I'm not coming in to fuck with you.
And, you know, I deserve to have this closure. Other than the sentence where she said, I won't come to court, it was actually a very, very, very good, nice, loving, caring, respectful.
Why is that bad for her to say, I won't come to court? Why? Public perception, his reputation. Not because if you don't like somebody and they agitate you, you probably shouldn't be around them. But if she doesn't show up to court, what signal does that send to the universe? Does that tell the prosecution, uh-oh, hot dog, there's trouble in paradise?
Message. I took issue with her saying she wasn't going to come to court. I said, Jenna, she said, I can't really reschedule it. She said, I can't get a refund on the ticket. I said, Jenna, you're going to come all the way to Clearwater.
Yeah. She's going to come all the way to Clearwater.
And not come to court?
Correct.
So in other words, he wants me to not come to Clearwater for him, but he wants me to come to court. Why? So that he can look good. Because I'm gonna post the message that he sent me when I said that I'm gonna come to Clearwater to see my friends, and I will not try to see you. I will not go to court, and I will not speak badly about you.
Wait, low battery. Your Mac will sleep. Oh my God, my computer's not even plugged in. Hold on. I said, you're going to come all the way to Clearwater after all this time, after everything you've done to help me while I'm here, after all of our friends who've been caught in the middle of our relationship bullshit, all of our friends who think everything's great right now.
No.
You're going to come, well, except for
nobody
people
thinks
really on the inside. Great. You're going to come all the way to Clearwater, and you're going to make it awkward for everyone by flying 3,000 miles on the weekend. I'm getting out of jail, hopefully. And you're not going to come to court?
Why is that awkward?
So the whole weekend is going to be about, oh, why didn't Jenna come to court? Oh, you've broken up? Oh, why did you break up? It's like, why would you do that? I said, if you're not going
Are you just not mature enough to be like, yeah, we broke up. Oh, it's good.
Come back in a week. Come back in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Why make it this weekend?
It's convenient for me.
Why make our relationship a problem, an issue for our friend group and larger activist group? Why do that? And she was basically like,
this is what Aaron really said.
Uh-oh.
If you're coming to Clearwater this weekend because you're thinking it's some kind of goodbye to your Clearwater friends, then do it in 2 weeks. It's actually really fucked up to do that the first weekend that I'm out. This is hopefully going to be my first weekend out of jail in 22 days. And you want everyone wrapped up with you, hearing about our breakup and forcing people to decide whether they're going to spend time with you or me. I couldn't think of a more disruptive thing to do with our Clearwater friend group at the moment. I finally get out, and for the next several days after, I'm finally getting out of jail, and you want to fly here. He asked me to fly there. I booked my ticket, non-cancelable, non-refundable, to make it all about you and therefore us instead. Why would you do that? And then you say you're not coming to court? Why even pick this weekend to get your closure? So then later he says,
see, it's about him, guys.
Everyone is going to be there for me, waiting for me to go to get out of jail. And you're just trying to take the attention away from me. And I said, I don't fucking give a shit about being the center of attention, Aaron. That's why I said I wasn't going to go to court. I have lost people. I've lost everyone in my life over and over and over again. I had a non-changeable, non-refundable ticket. And I said, I'm going to stay somewhere else. I just want to get my stuff, and I'm going to get it when you're not there. And I'm going to stay away from you. I just want to be able to say goodbye to friends because I've spent the last 2 years coming out there for him. When we first got together, Aaron told me he was going to get divorced and he was going to come out to San Diego every other week. He does not do that. He never.
Thank you. What did I say earlier? When they first got together 2 years ago, he's getting divorced and he would come out to San Diego. Neither of those things happened.
Does. He isn't apologetic for it. He says that me coming out here is for me. And even though I've told him over and over again that I want him to come out to San Diego, he doesn't give a shit. And so I booked a flight to come here when he asked me to. I've made friends here. I've given up my other friends because he has made me do this. And I did it because I loved him for our relationship. And now he's trying to stop me from being able to say goodbye. I reached out to all of our friends with no drama, no nothing. And he's just twisting the facts constantly. He's such a manipulator.
Like, you're a fucking horrible, disgusting monster. I regret apologizing to everyone. I regret telling you to put the videos back up. I hate you. You deserve everything. You can stay in jail if you don't want me to be in Clearwater.
So earlier, Jenna did those videos when Aaron first went in jail. And then she realized he's a fucking asshole. I don't want to have anything to do with this. And so she took the videos down because she had access. And then he realized, how did that happen? How did these videos go down? Because they got a lot of views, right? It's a lot of views when Jenna was like, everybody get behind Aaron. March with me. We bring our torches to Scientology, who is trying to destroy the greatest man of all time, who's like Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King Jr. Right? Remember those videos? So she took that shit down. Good for her. Aaron was like, oh, I don't think so. That's my channel. And he had Heather, his wife, change the password to the channel. He didn't have Natalie, Marilyn, George, or Cheryl do that. He had Heather do that. Okay? Had Heather change the password to the channel and then put the videos back up. So then Jenna basically was like, listen, bitch, you're going to take those motherfucking videos off, or, you know, I'm going to make I'm going to put all this shit, I'm going to put my videos back up. Okay. Like, fucking hell, man.
Blah, 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 blah.
I did say that. I said that. You're making this all about you. I'm losing everything. I'm losing my friends. I'm losing the relationship.
See, she at least admits when she does something.
Just want a chance to get through this, to be able to get through this by saying goodbye to my friends. And you're complaining that all this attention isn't going to be on you after I work for the last fucking week to the bone with no sleep, making all this money for your family, throwing away my own life, getting no.
Correct. So guys, let's get this straight. Let's get one thing straight here. When content is created on a channel, that income, whatever income is generated from that, the super chats, the memberships that come in, all of that is only for that person. There's no way, unless you go and you PayPal or Venmo somebody directly, for that money to come in to someone else. Jenna was not doing content on her channel or her TikTok for weeks, which means her income was tanking. Right? Because she's been doing content creation. So the only thing Aaron cares about is his money. It's not about the message. It's not about anything else. It's about if that content comes down, he loses the money. Now you can put it on members only. You could put it on some ridiculous members only thing. You'll still get to keep the super chats as long as it's not deleted. Right? But that's the truth of the matter. It's not like Aaron is cutting Marilyn or Rabbit or Natalie a check for keeping his fucking channel afloat. Cheryl and fucking, Eric making goddamn gingerbread houses. What the fuck? Right? She was making money for his family, as he's claiming. Because he's claiming it very, very many times that he is paying for his family. I don't know about, guys, I don't know his financials. I can't say that's true or not true. But this is his big claim that, this is his sole form of income. But it's about his income. It's not about the message. It's not about fighting Scientology. Yeah.
No sleep, dealing with everything for this man. And all he can ever think about is himself.
Yep.
I did not. Oh, and then she removed herself from the messaging app so that she couldn't message me and I couldn't message her, which was fine.
That's Signal. I used to be in a group chat with Aaron. He walked out. I think I still have the last message that we did, because he came into our Signal chat to tell us that Lindsay was threatening him and that she was going to come to his house and harm him and all this other stuff, right? Like, again, trying to create this narrative of a crazy woman coming for him. Again, another tiny woman. Okay. I said directly to him, I don't want to hear one more fucking word about Lindsay out of your mouth until you go file a police report. Because if she's actually threatening to come to your home where you are living, where she knows where you live, and you haven't changed the locks, and you haven't filed a police report, shut the fuck up. He left the chat. That was his response to that. The only way to cut him off, to cut off a narcissist, is you have to, whoop, literally cut him off. So Jenna left the chat. That was serious business. Yeah, every woman that doesn't agree with him is crazy. I'm crazy. Lindsay's crazy. Now Jenna's crazy. Who else is crazy? Oh, we're all crazy.
Now, this is an example of a misunderstanding between Jenna and I. And this type of misunderstanding happens all the time. And I suspected at the moment that it might have occurred.
Oh, it's just a misunderstanding.
She thought I didn't want her to come to court, but that's not true. I didn't want her to come to Clearwater.
Newsflash, guys. The court is in Clearwater.
Yeah.
When someone says they don't want you to come to Clearwater, I think that also means they don't want you to come to court. And I didn't want to come to court anyways because I didn't want to be around him.
I wanted her to come to court. It's like either don't come to Clearwater and don't make it weird, or come to Clearwater and show.
In other words, he wanted me to come to Clearwater so I could show that everything was fine between us, and I could once again make him look like a good guy because I'm still with him, and people trust me that he's not a lying, cheating piece of shit, because why would I be with him? And so he wanted me to go there and show face for him.
Everyone, show me that we can be out of a relationship, but still coexist in a productive, supportive, caring way.
Meanwhile, he blocked me from getting my stuff the night before. All he had to do was say, "Go ahead and get your stuff." And instead, he would not message me back. He told Heather to lock up the entire house. He didn't even tell me that he didn't want me to get my stuff. He never once told me that. He just did it.
He's in jail, and he told his wife to go lock up his house.
To whatever was going on between me and Heather, until finally sorted it out after talking for an hour and a half, after she learned everything that he had been putting me through. I'm going to tell you something, guys. Aaron speaks to Heather like she's a dog. It's so uncomfortable, and he speaks to his kids the same way. And when he started getting more and more pissy with me and treating me badly, I said, "I feel like you're starting to treat me how you treat Heather." And he said to me, "I would never treat you how I treat Heather."
So he admits that he talks to his wife like that. His kids are all women, guys. Some of them are adults now. I think there's one, his youngest daughter is a minor, I believe. This is how he admittedly talks to women. Oh, no, this gets worse and worse. It only gets worse, guys. I really thought we had hit a low. And then Aaron keeps digging. He doesn't put the shovel down for the length of this live.
I don't treat Heather bad. Nothing like that. No, I would never treat you how I treat Heather. And so he wouldn't let me get my stuff, which I wanted to get before he came out of jail. So I did not have to have contact with him. But instead,
that's a smart plan. Do that.
Arranged it. He was trying to force the issue so that I would have to have contact with him the next day, saying, "Well, Heather won't let you in, even though it was him locking the house. Heather won't let you in. I'll gather your stuff for you when I'm out of jail." Well, I had
why? I don't want you touching my stuff. That's gross.
no way of knowing if he'd actually be out of jail. And I had all of my
Exactly. Nobody knew if he was getting out for sure or not on Friday. That wasn't 100%. That wasn't 100% guaranteed.
My toiletries, and I just wanted to take a shower in his house. There was someone there with me who was a friend, and he could have let us get the stuff, but he was just being a controlling, manipulative piece of shit and involving everyone else in it, when all he had to do was let me get my stuff.
With each other and with our mutual friends, who are our mutual friends. None of them should be having to pick sides.
Yeah, guys, they don't have to pick sides, but I have close personal friends who will vouch for everything that I'm saying in this live, and they know who they are.
Teams,
that's not threatening.
I was like, Jenny, you can come back to Clearwater whenever you want for
what he said about me earlier, saying that people will believe me because I'm Jenna Miscavige. I want you guys to take one look at me and look at my videos and ask yourselves if I have ever had the vibe that everyone has to believe me because I'm Jenna Miscavige. I would
agree with that.
I did say everyone will believe me, but that's because I don't lie. The videos that I did at the beginning of the year, none of those were lies. And that's what I tell Aaron when we're in a fight. I walked things back on his channel and tried to see the other side of it. I knew at the time I was sabotaging my credibility, but I did it for him because I love him. And I did not say that I was lying on those videos because I never was. I could have done so much worse on those videos.
100% you could have, hon. 100%.
So much worse. It was the best possible, and it always has been.
Whether we're in a relationship or not in a relationship. So basically, this was the misunderstanding. When Jenna said in her message, "I will not be coming to court," I took it as a "fuck you, I'm coming to Clearwater, but not to support you." In her mind, she was saying she wasn't coming to court
because everything revolves around Aaron. He's the center of attention, no matter what. I said I wasn't going to come to court because we weren't together, and I didn't want to be in his proximity, and I didn't want it to be awkward, and I didn't want to make a scene.
That is a really big, important misunderstanding, but also very typical. In all of our arguments, we always try to figure out where the misunderstanding occurred, and it is shocking where we find the misunderstandings to occur, because they occur in the most dangerous of places, and the most dangerous place is somewhere neither one of us would have ever suspected. And it happens time and time again. Okay. Jenna sends Heather a bunch of messages about, I left some of my stuff at Aaron's house. I want to go get it. If I don't hear, you could, if you don't want me to be in the house by myself, you can accompany me into the house. But if I don't hear from you, I'm just going to go to the house anyway. Now you guys have to understand. At this point, Heather was beyond livid with Jenna Miscavige. Jenna didn't just threaten Heather that Jenna would do things to hurt me. Jenna said some horrifically hateful and disgusting and insulting things to Heather directly about Heather. I'm in jail.
These are all things that I said to Heather are things that Aaron has said about Heather to me over the years. That Heather is sitting on a big pile of money and it won't be used for her family. And so he has to make all of the money in the family. So here I am raising money for their family, and she's asking me to raise a fundraising amount and do this. And I'm sitting here thinking that what Aaron is saying about her is true, that she's sitting on a big pile of money while he's slaving away, making money for the family. And I'm working my ass to make money for her family. But when I spoke to Heather for an hour and a half, I found out how untrue that was.
Oh, Heather's the one here with access to the house. I'm not the only one that needs to say Jenna can come and get her stuff. It's in Heather's hand.
That's an absolute lie. Heather is never in his house. His garage door is always unlocked. Heather told me that he told her to go lock the garage door, lock the side of the house. He never told me this. He never even told me he didn't want me to get my stuff. Not once. He was going through Heather to weaponize her against me.
And Heather was not going to let Jenna in the house under any circumstances, was not going to lift one finger to do anything for Jenna. And Heather said, you can sort it out with Aaron. He can get you your stuff when he's out of jail. It's got nothing to do with me. Okay. This led to an unbelievable Thursday night where Jenna arrived in town and she had one of our mutual friends take her right to my house to get her stuff, and everything was locked. The front doors were locked, the side doors were locked, the back doors were locked, the fence gate was locked, the garage was locked. Heather locked that place down like Fort Knox. Heather's not a very vindictive person. But Heather's like, no.
Guys, Aaron told Heather to do this. Heather told me. I spoke to her for an hour and a half. Aaron told Heather to do this, and he's pretending right now that he didn't. He's lying his ass off to all of you.
No, you crossed the line. You need some shampoo? Go to the fucking store and get some shampoo. You need some makeup? Go to the fucking store and get some makeup. What do you desperately need in there so bad that I have to help you with it? So I told Heather that I was not okay with Jenna being in the house by herself. But Jenna then
But he never told me. He never said, I don't want you to go in my house and get my stuff. And I was always going to go with Erica. He never did. He never told me this at all. So he purposely created conflict between all of us. If he had said, okay, Jenna, I don't want you to go in there, I'm not comfortable with it, then I wouldn't have gone. But he wasn't answering. And he was just putting it all on Heather.
Okay. So, guys, he's throwing Heather under the bus. He's throwing everybody. I want to go back to him for just a minute. I know we're listening to Jenna, but there's something that he says. I really want you. Oh, I ran up and down the stairs. I'm fat. Sorry. I really want you guys to hear this out of his mouth. So we're going to go back to him for, because we still haven't gotten here yet.
No one asked you to do the work. And
I just want to go back here a little bit. Here we go.
Jenna Miscavige goes scorched earth, and nothing anyone can do or say will have any effect whatsoever. So I spent about 3 hours of my Thanksgiving in jail on the phone, fighting with Jenna, being told what a disgusting, abusive, controlling, cheating, lying piece of shit I was. That I wasn't working hard enough to come up with ideas for videos. I wasn't working hard enough to spend more time on the phone with my lawyer. I wasn't doing enough to empower Jenna to be the boss of everyone who was helping with my channel. And I just wasn't doing enough, and she was breaking her ass for my benefit, and I didn't even appreciate it. And I'm the one who should be doing all the work.
Accurate.
Okay. No one asked you to do the work. And it's just one of these things where this is just a perfect example of what the dynamic of this relationship has been. I can't stand fighting and arguing. I always approach an argument from the perspective of there's been a miscommunication, a misunderstanding, a misassessment of intentions. And once those things are addressed and resolved, everything's good, move on. Our arguments and our fights last for hours and hours and hours, because once all of those things have been done, Jenna then says, I'm still upset. And I go, well, is that upset because you don't believe the things that I'm saying as far as what I actually meant or what I actually intended, or that I love you? Or are you upset because you feel like there's something that's been not addressed? Or are you upset because you just need time to cool off? Because that's totally okay too. You know, we can finish an argument and then we both go our separate ways. It's like we both have our own lives. I've got everything happening in Clearwater. You've got everything happening there in San Diego. It's okay to get off the phone and chill out for a few hours. And when you're in a better mood, reconvene. And she goes, that's not how it works for me. I want to stay on the phone until I figure out why I'm still upset. And I'm like,
yeah, sometimes people want to do that. And also, notice how he casually said, no one asked you to do the work. Like, that is literally what he said to me. Whenever somebody stands up for him, backs him up, does the thing that he actually is like darvoing you into the whole time, gaslighting you, everything. Okay. And you finally do it. And then there's blowback. He says, I didn't ask you to do that. No one asked you to do that. That's some evil shit, guys. That's some fucking evil ass shit.
I don't think I can help you with that. Like, that sounds like a problem you have to deal with, because all it seems is like you're angry at me and nothing I do or say or explain or apologize for makes that feel better. But now I'm getting pissed off that you're making me stay on the phone, and it's just going to snowball. And this is what has repeated, I don't know, 1 to 3 times per week, every week for the last 2 years. Okay. So anyway, I spent my Thanksgiving in jail being told what a fucking ungrateful piece of shit that.
So 1 to 3 times a week, every week for the past 2 years. Guys, can anybody put a 1 in the chat if that's the relationship you were in? Yes, the square is for my legal fund, for my lawyer, not for Aaron. It's also to distinguish my content from his. Would anybody in their right mind stay in a relationship as he's describing it? I'm going to say, fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. But that's how he spent his Thanksgiving.
I was. Jenna eventually apologized and said how horrific she felt. And I've got all these messages. Do I want to make them public? No. If Jenna forces me to, I will.
Do I want to make them public?
Because not only does the state and the judge and the prosecutor have full access to all of the horrifically hateful and disgusting and denigrating and insulting emails Jenna sent me while I was in jail, but I still have them as well because I can log into the system through an internet browser.
I still have them. I have access.
Jenna said, I'm horrifically sorry. I'm very, very sorry. I'm so sorry that I made a day that was already difficult for you. Even worse. I know there's nothing I can say to make this better. You have every right to be upset with me, but I'm sorry and I love you.
Jenna apologizing.
When Jenna says something like that, as far as I'm concerned, we're good because I move on. After upsets and arguments, I know
after
Jenna
I
can't control
destroy
herself.
you publicly, I move on.
Jenna's fear of abandonment is tied to a pathological rage problem, not an anger problem, a rage problem.
He's a victim of rage,
seething rage accompanied by a desire and need to destroy and harm in order to relieve the pressure and the pain that she is feeling from this fear of abandonment.
Describing what he does.
This is not just, I see someone says now who's diagnosing. I actually don't know who that's referred to, but it's not me saying
like everybody
Jenna, when she's in her best frame of mind,
he's a narcissist.
This is her problem.
He's a narcissistic abuser.
And in fact, in the message that she sent me in jail,
I'm not allowed to diagnose.
I'm going to go see someone. I'm going to get some medicine that I can take to help me with this. And one of the reasons I have been so forgiving,
thank you, Penelope.
To forgive and forget in this relationship is because I do truly believe
sincerity.
What she says when she explains,
sincerity, guys.
I can't control it. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to do
it's all very, I mean,
it's the only way I can alleviate the physical pain that I'm feeling. And so sometimes she'll call me and say, please talk to me. Please talk to me so I don't do this thing that I want to do.
Please talk to me.
That sounds like blackmail. And she's like, I know it sounds like blackmail. Please take my word for it. It is not blackmail. I do not want to do these things. I can't help it. I have a pain inside of me. It drives me insane. And please, I'm begging you to get on the phone with me to help alleviate this pain so that I don't do the thing that I don't want to do.
Does anybody believe that this is a conversation that Jenna Miscavige ever had out loud?
When Jenna says that that's what she's experiencing, I know she's being honest.
He
At the beginning of this relationship, I did not think she was being honest.
It sounds like
the most unbelievably manipulative thing you could say to a romantic partner.
Good job, Ozzy.
And yet, 2 years into the relationship, I know she's telling the truth. I know she doesn't want.
See, now we're going to validate.
I know she doesn't want to destroy. I know she doesn't want to destroy the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
I know she doesn't want to hit me or throw things at me.
Just said that. Oh, second can gone. We're gonna have another one.
Okay.
It. Boom. These are carbonated beverages, guys.
So so here's what happened. After the Thanksgiving argument,
now
2 days later,
2 days
we
after
had a minor disagreement on the phone. The whole time I was in jail and Jenna was helping do content for my channel and helping to get other people to do content for my channel. She wasn't doing her own content for her TikTok account.
Correct.
And almost every day I encouraged her to please do her own content.
Please do your own content. I'm begging you, please do your own content.
And I said, hey, even if you're doing something on my channel, try to do something that you can clip and turn into a TikTok for your own stuff.
Yeah, even if you're just doing something on my channel, you could just take that and clip the content from my channel and put it on your TikTok. And then if we break up later, I will just strike your channels into oblivion. I totally have never done that to anybody before.
So that you're getting, both benefits from one effort. And I had encouraged her, asked her, told her almost every single day I was in there to do her own content. There's no reason for Jenna to sacrifice the money she needs to make and put into her own pocket just to help me continue to make money on my own channel. Like robbing Peter to pay Paul does not, Jenna.
Part of being in jail, and correct me if I'm wrong here, legal scholars, is a punishment. It's a punishment. You are not working. You are been removed from society because you are deemed not good in the rest of the world. And guess what? Everybody else who goes to jail for any amount of time usually loses their job. Okay? Usually loses their job. What happened to my stream? What happened? Okay, I guess I'm back. Guys, when people go to jail for any amount of time, most people lose their job. You lose income. That's part of the punishment. Not Aaron. Not Aaron. No. He told them, I want the title of the video, This Means War, right? Remember over here? The video that Jenna did? Let's look at all the videos, okay? This means war. This is the one that Jenna wanted taken down. This is the one where she compares him to Nelson Mandela and fucking MLK. This is some parody bullshit. This is some AI parody bullshit. All of these other lives. Thank you for being a member for 10 months. All of these other lives. This is the one. She also wanted this. She wanted this taken down. She took it down. She wanted that taken down. She wanted this taken down. She wanted this one taken down. That's all she asked for. Here's here's Popo. She didn't ask for that one. She didn't ask for this one to get taken down. She wanted this one taken down. She didn't want her content. This one here, this was right after it happened. Uh-oh. Okay, here's Aaron and what's his face? This was taken down for a bit, but it's back. The first Q&A. Natalie's statement. Another one with Aaron. This is Brooks. This is Marilyn. There's Natalie crying a lot of stuff. This was the very first. Now, ironically, right before 24 hours before Aaron went to jail, he made this one. Zero Dark Tony in hiding as bounty hunters close in, and put on his little wig, and he thought that was hilarious. Okay. All of this content, hours and hours. Oh, look at all the views, guys. Okay. 44,000 views. This one got 8,000. 22,000 views. 6,000. 9,000. 24,000 views. 21,000 views. 4,000. Really, that was weird. The whole, the gingerbread house. 6,000. 17,000 for streets. 26,000. Jenna doing this with Erica. This is when the first court date where they thought he was going to get out. Nope. No soup for you. Okay. So this is where he's telling that one story that they were broken up, but she came anyway. That's when he didn't get out of court. Okay. Then they did a protest. One protest while he was in fucking jail. Then she talks to the new TikTok girl who, this woman is definitely, Aaron has a type. I don't think they're together. I'm not starting that. Then Poe weighs in. Then these guys, talk about the IAS event. Then Aaron decides, I don't like what's going on. I'm going to call in. Only 12,000 views for him calling in. Then Jenna and Erica again. Then Marilyn just talking about TikToks. Here's Natalie. Here's Jenna again. This is the one she specifically wanted taken down, right? And then here's Marilyn trying to explain Scientology. She shouldn't do that. Here's Cheryl again with Eric making a gingerbread house. Joe Rogan. We're just going to have Joe Rogan and Marilyn watching Joe Rogan. This was some bullshit. An AI version of Aaron as a saint, as a literal saint. Are we fucking joking right now? Is anybody else watching this? Rabbit. Girl. Again, Marilyn made the most content. I was going to do a thing on the young revolutionaries, his experience there. I probably still will. Then, of course, what happened with Streets of the Parade? The long road to freedom. And then Aaron's finally back, gives us the recap of what life was like in jail. And then now here we are. Okay. The recap got 42,000 views. So the real deal is, guys, he's pissed. His channel was tanking while he was inside. As of right now, it looks like he's lost a few subs. Jen has gained some, you know. But yeah, it's just, yeah. So she wanted those videos taken down. And he wouldn't do it. Did all these people know what he was doing to Jenna the whole time? Yes. Those people, Heather, Natalie, Marilyn, Cheryl, Erica, George, Dusty, all these people, they have witnessed firsthand. Kai, all of these people have witnessed firsthand for 2 years these getaways, these parties. I saw it in Minnesota. I saw it firsthand in Minnesota. The toxicity of their relationship. They were actually broken up when we were in Minnesota. They were doing nothing but fighting the whole time. I told her to leave his ass. I told her that we all told him when they got together, don't fuck this up. We literally, all of us, cult babies were like, bro, first of all, get fucking divorced. Second of all, don't fuck this shit up with Jenna. She hasn't had a lot of relationships. Don't fucking take advantage of that. Don't be a fucking dick. We told him that. And he did it anyway. Bro, I'm live.
Robbing herself to help pay me doesn't help both of us in the long run, especially if we're in a relationship and we're both sharing the financial burden of, the regular long distance travel in order to keep this relationship going. That was the main reason I was encouraging her to do her own content. But there was another reason I was encouraging her to do her own content. Because I knew the moment she was upset with me, she would throw it in my face that she was doing all this just for me. And
so the only reason he wanted her to do her own content is so that she could never, ever, ever tell the truth about him. I'll be right back, guys. I just got to go check on my bread. I will bring a roll up. One moment. Okay, they need 5 more minutes. So hang on here.
And I was ungrateful. Well, I didn't want that to happen. So I'm like, please do your own content. Please do your own content. Please do your own content.
Please do your own content.
So 2 days after Thanksgiving, we're on the phone.
Jesus.
And she is basically saying how guilty how much she needs to work on her own content and how guilty she feels about it. And I got annoyed. And I was like, of course you can do your own content. I've been telling you to do your own content every single day.
Got annoyed.
There's nothing to feel guilty about. And she's like, well, it sounds like you're really annoyed with me. And I said, Jenna, I am annoyed with you, Jenna. I said, I am annoyed with you. I've been telling you every single day to please do your own content. So when you act like you're sort of nervous or scared to ask for my permission or that you would even need my permission to do your own content, it kind of feels really manipulative. I'm just being honest with you. That's why I sound annoyed. And I said, by the way, it's okay for me to sound annoyed, right? It's okay in a relationship to be annoyed. Like, I can be annoyed. You can ask me what I'm annoyed about. I can explain it to you. You can be like, you're right. You have told me to do my own.
Oh, it's okay to be annoyed, except for Aaron doesn't sound annoyed. He sounds furious.
Content. I'm sorry if it sounded like I was implying otherwise. I'd be like, okay, good. Thank you, sweetie. And we would just move on with the conversation. Nope. Again,
he's the victim.
I'm not allowed to sound annoyed.
He's not allowed.
In this relationship. That triggers Jenna's fear of abandonment. Okay. So 2 days after I already spent hours being told what an ungrateful piece of shit I was on my jail Thanksgiving, now a minor annoyance, irritation, upset was escalating. And I said, Jenna, I'm sorry. I can't do this right now. I'm not going to do this. I got to go. Click. If she had sent me a message that like, listen, you're right. Let's not argue. I love you. Can we get back on the phone?
Listen, you're right. I love you. Let's not argue. That's what he has to hear.
Instead, what happened, and this is important. Jenna's immediate response was to demand that every video she had done on my channel since I went to jail be deleted.
The ones I just showed you.
That was her demand. No, actually, she still had access to my channel. So she actually sent me a message saying, I have privated every video that I've done on your channel, vouching for you and protecting your reputation. And if I ever, by the way, she assumed we were broken up. Did we break up on that phone call? No, we didn't break up on that phone call. I said, I can't keep having this argument right now. Click.
Maybe she doesn't have to say the words, I'm dumping your ass.
She said, if I ever see those videos put back up on your channel, I will tell the entire world what you've done and how you've treated me. It's like, great, we're back to that again.
She doesn't want the videos on there. I'm going to get to that part, guys. Stop burying the lead. No, I'll get there.
I mentioned earlier that the 3 videos Jenna put up on her channel back in January about me cheating on her. Do you guys, some of you guys might remember those videos went up and then she took them down and then she put them back up and then she took them down.
And then that was it. This rest is your imagination.
And then she put them back up.
No.
And then she took them down.
No.
Oh, I see this I see this comment here. I'm going to address it in a second.
I'm going to address it in a second.
The reason those videos went up and down and up and down and up and down
just up
is because Jenna used those videos as leverage to get me to agree to stay in the relationship.
So now Aaron's a victim of blackmail.
And I would be in the relationship for a little bit, and then she would get mad at me. And when I hung up the phone on her after multiple hours, she would repost the videos again. And then when she got me back on the phone and she was satisfied that I was going to stay in a relationship with her, she would take the videos back down. And then the next time she was mad at me.
Is that how it went, Aaron? Or did you tell her that she had to take those down or else? Let's be real.
Back up. Knowing that those videos cost me over 10,000 YouTube subscribers and probably reduced my monthly YouTube income by about 75%.
So again, it's about the money. Because when she told the truth about Aaron, that he's abusive, he's narcissistic, he's a cheater, he's a yeller, he's not a good person, people were like, oh, maybe I shouldn't invest my time into supporting a person who does that. So he lost memberships, no more super chats, he lost subscribers. That cut his income a lot. Now, here's the question, guys, is that because of Jenna? Or is that because of his actions and words? Number 1, Jenna. Number 2, his own fucking actions. Again, it's not about his ability to fight Scientology. It's not about the fact that he tells the truth about Scientology. It's not about the fact that he has the largest channel that talks about Scientology. It's about his money. Money. It's about money. It's about money. money. Guys, it's not about him. It's about money. It's not about Jenna. It's about the money. Come on, guys.
She used those videos as a threat to destroy me, my reputation, my income, my ability to support my family.
His family.
And that's why those videos went up and down and up and down and up and down. And it wasn't until maybe 6 months later.
Okay. Now, remember that during this whole time, they're breaking up, getting back together, breaking up, getting back together, breaking up, getting back together. Yet he couldn't get out of the relationship. He couldn't get out of the relationship with these videos gone forever. That's what he's trying to tell everybody.
That she, as a gesture of her love, said, you know what?
Oh, Mama T, please send love to your wife. And hopefully everything's okay.
I've deleted the videos as opposed to privating them. So when you have a video on your channel, you can make it unlisted, you can make it private, or you can delete it. And when you delete it, it's deleted forever. So
that is very true. Those are your options. I got to check my bread. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I have the first batch of my rolls here. It's very hot. I will show you guys. Very hot. Very, very, very hot. I've put a pat of butter in here, which I'm trying to spread with just the bread here, which is melting everywhere. See, very hot. Look at that. Look at that crust on the bottom. We're gonna give her a little taste here. This is gonna be real hot. Okay. This is just a basic yeasty roll, guys. Water, yeast, honey, salt, and flour. Just a basic bread. It's good. Yeah, I'm gonna start making those instead of like buying crumpets and shit at the store. I'm trying to save money. It's hard out here in these streets for a lesbian trad wife. Okay, let's keep going.
It wasn't until many months later that she's like, you know what? I'm going to completely delete the videos. Basically, I'm giving up my leverage over you. This was her act of loving kindness to me. She was giving up her leverage.
Look at this face. Look at this face. Giving up her leverage. Again, implying blackmail. Implying he's a victim. Implying that telling the truth about him is a wrong act. This is wild.
Over me. Now, of course, the next time she was mad at me, she told me how much she regretted deleting those videos because it just gave me license to treat her however I wanted to treat her. Now, treating her however I wanted to treat her was being an absolutely amazing, loving, supporting boyfriend who spent hours and hours and hours on the phone with her every single day, texted her first thing every single morning, responded to all of her texts in a timely manner. But sometimes I sounded a little annoyed at her, and that would lead to an argument, which would last for hours, and then eventually I would hang up the phone because she refused to. That's the horrific abuse that I've subjected Jenna Miscavige to in this relationship. Hanging up the phone after hours of arguing. Okay.
Wow.
So those videos were gone, okay? Those videos were gone. Okay, so fast forward. She's saying if basically, if I ever see you make those videos public again, the videos that I've been doing to support you while you're in jail, if I ever see you make those videos public again, I'm going to repost all of the videos I did about you in January, and I'm going to do new videos about you so everyone knows exactly how you treat me. Okay. It gets worse. Jenna calls Heather the mother of my children.
Your wife.
Someone asked, wait a second, how'd she?
She called your wife. She called your wife. Your wife.
Access to your channel. I thought you said you didn't give her access to your channel. I didn't give her access to my channel before I went to jail. But after she messaged me, she said, hey, listen, I don't have access to the channel. I need access to the channel to be able to do all these things. Can I have access to the channel? I was like, yeah, of course. And I said, of course I didn't give you access to the channel. We were broken up. But yes, now you can have access to the channel. Okay.
Now we're back together.
It gets worse. Once Jenna threatened, once Jenna changed the visibility settings of videos on my channel without my authorization, and then threatened
visibility
to try
settings
and publicly destroy me
videos that she made. You didn't make those. You didn't make those videos, Aaron.
Internet again. I asked Heather to change the password to my YouTube channel so that Jenna could not get in.
Yep, change that.
Do you guys want to have any guess what the reaction of Jenna was to finding out she'd been locked out of the YouTube channel? Jenna called Heather and threatened. Half step back. Apparently, while I was sleeping that night, Jenna, without telling me, went back in and made the videos that she had privated public again. But I did not know that. Okay. So I told Heather to change the password on the channel. Heather didn't change the password on the channel until the following morning. And changing the password locked Jenna out of the channel. But the videos that she had done were now public again because Jenna made them public again. But now that Jenna no longer had the leverage of being able to make them private, she went into an animalistic rage. And she called Heather. Actually, she texted Heather. This is all documented.
Animalistic rage.
And she said, you have 5 minutes to delete the videos that I've been doing, making money for you and your kids. And if I don't see those videos down in 5 minutes, I, Jenna Miscavige, am going to call the Clearwater Police, and I am going to file a domestic battery report against Aaron so that they keep him in jail for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Jenna repeated this threat to several of my friends.
To several of my cult
Jenna
members.
then threatened my friends who were helping me do content on my channel that if they did any more videos on my channel before she got what she wanted, which was her videos deleted.
Just
She would do
look at his
videos
eyes,
about
guys.
them,
Look at his eyes.
exposing them for continuing to support a narcissistic, lying, cheating abuser like me.
Yeah.
This is in writing.
Guys, this is in writing.
So Jenna Miscavige, who had just spent weeks.
That right there, it's in writing. That's Scientology, guys. That's the old, if it isn't written, it isn't true. We are in full-blown Abron Hubbard Arontology right now. Mm-hmm.
Trying to get anyone and everyone to support me as much as possible was now not only withdrawing her own support, but trying to threaten other people to not support me and abandon me as well. Dare I say this is not the first time Jenna Miscavige has done to me in this relationship. But I decided right there, it sure as hell was going to be the last. And my friends who have had to witness this type of behavior over the last 2 years and have had to be caught in the middle, because Jenna makes our business everyone's business. When she's not making it the internet's business, she's making it all of my friends' business.
Uh-huh.
When my friends once again were subjected to bullying and threats and blackmail and harassment from Jenna, I think they also decided this is the last time they were going to take this shit because of my toxic fucking relationship. And I decided right then and there, this was it. This was really it. We weren't going to be getting back together, ever.
This was the line in the sand,
Jenna did this for about a day and a half. Eventually, she apologized again and asked me to put all of her videos back up again, the videos that she had done that were helpful of me. And so I asked Heather, I told Heather, okay, Jenna said it's okay to put the videos back up. So I had to put the videos back up. And Jenna basically was, licking her wounds for 2 or 3 days. She says, look, I just feel nothing. She explained it once again, look, I just get so angry. I can't control it. I just feel this pain. And I feel like if I can hurt others, I will feel better, but it doesn't work. And all I end up feeling is a deep, deep shame.
Aaron was talking
I don't know what to do about it. And that's actually when I think that might be actually when she said, I'm going to see someone, I'm going to get some medicine.
Before Jenna came in.
And she said, I know nothing will make this better, but I love you. And I was like, I love you too.
I love you too. Okay. I love you too.
And then he said, finally, at the end of the night, when I was already there,
here we go,
blocks away with Erica, he finally said, I'm letting you do it, but now it's Heather that won't.
Connected on the messaging app and sent me some messages saying that she would go over there with a friend. She mentioned
the original message I sent to Heather was that you can package my stuff up for me if you'd like. So he's acting as if I was insisting on getting into his house when really I gave alternative solutions at every hand. And you guys, this is the man who I literally ordered a Christmas tree for to his house and asked someone to come and decorate it for him. This is what he does. This is how he responds.
2 possible friends. And I told Heather, it's okay with me if Jenna goes in there with one of these friends. And Heather said, nope, I'm not doing it. And I said, well, that's up to you.
Throwing Heather under the bus.
I would appreciate it if you made it clear that it's not me who's refusing.
Yeah, make sure you let everybody know I didn't refuse.
Every right not to do this.
You get to say, you have rights, Heather.
But if Jenna thinks I'm the one telling her, it creates problems for me. It makes everything much, much worse. So you have every right to not want to let Jenna in, but I need you to let them know that it's you who's saying that. And you have every right to. But don't say it's me, please. I'm actually asking you to let them in.
Make sure you don't say
tell them no, but please don't tell them it's me that's saying no. Okay. So that's what happened for a little while. And then I received, another 5 or 6 truly hateful messages about how disgusting and conniving and manipulative both me and Heather are and how she will never let this go. And then eventually Heather called Jenna and was basically like, you said some interesting things about me. Why'd you say those things? And
actually, I had apologized to Heather days before. And when I got home, me and Heather once again talked for an hour and a half. And she got to learn a lot of fun and interesting things about Aaron. Like, he told me that he was going to get a divorce and that he had been separated from Heather for years. Well, it turns out he was still sleeping in the same bed with her from the moment we were together.
Guys, I want you to let that sink in. That until recently, when Aaron made a very public thing about getting his own house, and what he also doesn't tell people is the house he's living in with that little thing was originally the house he got for his own mother. I don't know where she went. But he had a house for his mom across the park from his house so that his mom could have access to his kids, whenever she wanted. And I don't know where she lives now. I don't know where Gail's living. So Aaron moved over to his own little bachelor pad. But while he was dating Jenna and she was in San Diego, he was sleeping in the same bed as Heather. Now, I want to say something real quick about that. When This is a personal story. It's not going to be all about me, but this is just, when I first came out of the closet to my ex-husband, we were obviously still sleeping in the same bed. I didn't have multiple rooms in my house to be like, you need to go somewhere else. 2 weeks after, I was like, we should get a divorce. But this was prior to Thanksgiving, the year that we decided, 2016. I said, we should get divorced. We should start working towards that. And he agreed after we had a lot of conversations. 2 weeks later, he tells me he's going on a date. I said, excuse me, what? Like, I hadn't even gone out as a lesbian to like have my debutante debut. Okay. And this man tells me he has a date. So of course he goes on a date and, he was like, it was just friends, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I don't know about that. And as time went on, he kept dating her. And I said, listen, he's like, we're not having sex. I was like, I don't want to know anything about your dating life. I want to know nothing. No. Like, we're not swapping stories. We're not in that kind of, I don't want to know about it. I said, but have you told this woman that you're dating, that you're clearly falling for, that you are still sleeping in the same bed as your gay wife? Like, is this how you end your night? Like, wow, this was such a great night. I'm so glad we had this date. And now I'm just going to go home and sleep in platonically in the bed with my wife, who we've been married and we have 2 children together of 12 years. But she's super gay. She's super gay. So don't worry about it. I said, listen, there are progressive women out there. I believe in that. But I don't think anybody is okay with that. I was like, you have to go purchase a bed and put it in the kids' room. Like, I at that point, I was like, we're not doing this anymore. Like, that's when I woke up. Like, I was still folding his underwear. Okay. And I was like, why? Why am I folding this man's underwear? We're getting divorced. He should learn to fold his own underwear. So I said, here's your laundry. Go fucking do it. And that's how that went. For 2 years. And of course, during the 4 years of his relationship with Lindsay, let's not leave that out. He has been sleeping. No, I'm the gay wife. Penelope. I was telling my story. He has been sleeping next to his wife, Heather. Now, I have no inside information, nor do I want it, about his sex life with his wife. That is literally private. I'm not going to speculate about it. But if you are married and you are sleeping in the same bed, it's not a far reach to think that could be happening. And that's okay. You're married. It's fine. But like, what? What? Yeah, he tells everybody he's getting divorced except for Heather. Yeah, let's get back to the video here. Here we go.
She learned that he was fucking Lindsay while he was with her in her house.
Mm-hmm.
She learned that he constantly told me that Heather's never made a meal for his kids, ever. And that she's trying to send their daughter away to Japan because she doesn't want her in the house.
And Jenna was like, I'm in front of
Aaron trashes Heather constantly, and then he's just using her for this. He's using her to make me look bad.
some other people, and I'd rather not talk about this right now, but we can, talk about it later, blah, 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 blah. And Heather went over and let Jenna and our friend in to get her stuff. And that was that. When my lawyer came to see me before going to court on Friday morning, he said to me, well, I called Jenna this morning. And I was like, uh-oh. And he was like, yeah.
Guys, I'm not modding anybody because I don't even know how.
Jenna had been very helpful and instrumental in getting me connected with this lawyer. So this lawyer and Jenna talking was not unusual.
I raised all the money for the lawyer. I reached out to the lawyer. I negotiated the price. I told him about everything. I had been the one sending him evidence constantly. I was the only one who was in contact with Jerry besides Aaron. And Aaron spoke to him far less times than I did. The relationship with Aaron's lawyer was with me more than with Aaron. I wasn't just instrumental. I did everything. And
he said, look, she was crying. She was really upset. She said she wasn't coming to court. She said you didn't want her to be at court. And I said, that is the opposite of what is true. The reason I was angry is that she said she wasn't coming to court, even though she was coming to Clearwater. I said, I didn't want her to come to Clearwater. But if she's going to come to Clearwater anyway, of course, I want her in court.
It doesn't even make any sense. He has to stop saying that. Just for reference, this is the give, send, go. They asked for $13,000. Okay. They asked for $13,000. They made $13,460. Okay. That's money that Jenna raised for him for the lawyer. That's what's happening there. So just to be clear, guys, just to be clear, let's not beat around the bush. That's $13,000 that Jenna raised for him.
And so he texted her right then and there, get your butt over here to the courthouse. And Jenna came to court. So Jenna came to court. Obviously, I didn't get a chance to see her. I didn't get a chance to talk to her. After court, I went back to jail. It takes about 4 or 5 hours to get processed out of jail. And I got out of jail, came home, did a live stream, went over and met up with some of the people who were in town visiting at a local establishment. And we had a good time. And then I got home. I forget what time it was, sometime between 12 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. And the whole situation felt completely insane. Jenna's someone who I love very much, have loved very much, spent the last 2 years.
What?
Years of my life doing pretty much everything with her. I see Jenna's live right now. So let's
now watch how his demeanor changes from this point forward. Jenna's been live for 25 minutes. He's been live for an hour plus. And now we're going to get nasty.
Yeah, who cares? Jenna's doing a live reaction to this video. Whatever.
I like how he says he's loved me so much, but I forced him into this relationship every time by threatening him. You guys, I have so many messages from Aaron saying, good morning, my beautiful sweetheart. You're my forever person. We're going to get through this together.
Mm-hmm.
He's such a fucking monster.
Guys, Jenna was never going to let me out of this relationship without trying to. She has said, I will gladly destroy myself in order to destroy you.
All I was looking for was some accountability and a regular conversation from Aaron where he's not screaming at me. But that can't happen. All I wanted was for him to speak to me fucking kindly without gaslighting me, screaming at me, and throwing everything back in my face and then threatening to walk out the door. That's all I wanted. So we could exist in the same platform, so that we could work together, so that we could have closure. But he twists everything.
He said those words to me, not only to me, but to our mutual friends as well. Because when our mutual friends try to talk sense into her, it doesn't really do any good to be like, hey, don't do that to hurt Aaron. That would be mean. So eventually they're like, that would destroy you. Are you kidding? Like, that would make you look terrible. That would make you look.
Yeah. So the threat isn't then about Aaron. The threat is you're going to destroy yourself, Jenna. You're going to lose subscribers. You're going to destroy your brand.
Look awful. It would. And she's like, oh, I don't care. I don't care about YouTube. I don't need to earn a living on YouTube. I could make money. I could go do something else. I could go get it.
That's an absolute lie. I said I wouldn't look terrible because I would be telling the truth. And I don't do it lightly.
Job. I don't care. I don't care about my audience. I don't care about my subscribers. I don't care about the community.
No, Aaron, the words he's saying right now are things that Aaron has said about YouTube, about his subscribers, about his members, about the people who I don't care about those guys. They mean nothing. They're not even real. They're bullshit. Like, he does not care about the audience. He cares that they give him money. He cares that he's the most important voice. He cares that he's the boss, that he's the one. He's the fucking Neo of the ex-Scientology movement. He's the guy. That's all he cares about. Control, 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 because he is a narcissistic sociopath who is literally showing us Darvo in real time.
Aaron is a monster. This is so disgusting what he's saying right now. I don't care about the community. Did I say I could live without it? Yes, absolutely. I can live without it because I don't run my life based on what everybody else thinks about me like Aaron does. I run my life on being a good person. He only runs his life on being publicly a good person and in private being a fucking monster.
Will gladly burn it all down to get Aaron what he deserves. That's what Jenna has said repeatedly in this relationship. And my friends will vouch for that.
He's scared.
Okay,
scared.
So
here we go. Back
his
to the
friends
story
will
now.
vouch for anything because all they want is to be friends with him. They don't care how many times I've told them that he's abusing me as it's happening. As it's happening.
Yeah.
All they care about is that they can get fucking
She's
clout
talking
in
about
his chat.
Natalie,
and that doesn't go for
Cheryl,
everybody. That's just a very select
Marilyn,
few. Others have been
George,
extremely supportive to
Dusty,
me behind the scenes.
Ty.
Extremely.
Friday evening.
Those guys, those people I just named, care more about
I'm
this
like, here's
man,
someone I spent so much time
promoting
with.
them,
She's helped me,
helping them,
in,
fluffing them up, saying
the
nice
most incredible
things
ways over the last 3 weeks.
Then they do
It's ridiculous that
about
here we are,
how he treats
by
his
herself,
wife, his daughters, and his
herself,
mistresses.
Staying in a strange hotel a few miles down the road. Me here by myself in my house. I know. I honestly felt it was only fair. It was only just for him to be like, listen, would you like to come over? Would you like to come over and lay down with me? By the way, that is exactly what I said. Did not say, would you like to come over and sleep with me or have sex? Sometimes Jenna just really needs to be soothed.
I asked him for nothing. I didn't text him once after court. I didn't.
So he asked her. So first of all, guys, just to recap, he's said multiple times how he can't get out of this relationship. He can't escape her. He's tried so hard to break up with her. Yet, the first thing he wants when he's home after he cut his own hair, okay, gave himself the little, Bic do there. Can you come lay down with me? Guys, that is the equivalent of texting someone at 2:30 in the morning saying, you up? We know what that means. It doesn't mean lay down. What the fuck? Do you think we're all stupid, Aaron? Do you think we are all stupid? Let's get the rest.
I did not need to be soothed. He reached out to me. I had not messaged him at all whatsoever. He's fucking lying and acting as if this was caused by me and it was him. And he said a bunch of things, that he's sorry what he had said to me and he misunderstood what I was saying and he really wanted me in court and could I please come lay down with him?
Okay,
lay down. And she's like, yeah, I do. So when I picked her up, we brought her over here. I brought her over here. And I feel silly saying it, but I feel like if I don't say it, Jen will act like I'm hiding it. Yeah, we slept together. Okay, that's what happened.
After 1 minute of being there. So him pretending like that's not what he meant, it's exactly what he meant.
1 minute. She's in the door 1 minute and he's got his hands down her pants because it was not about just being there with him. Okay. And maybe this is like the lesbian in me. Sometimes when I say, can I just cuddle with you? That's literally what I mean to my wife. Like I want to put my arms around her and just like listen to her heartbeat. And that helps me. Sex is awesome, guys. Listen, I'm not going to say sex is bad. Sex is great. Okay. But like, sex isn't the only thing about a relationship. Like every morning when I wake up and my wife and I go into our bathroom and I look over at her with her bed head and her sleepy eyes and she's like brushing her teeth. I'm like, I love her so much. Like, I'm so lucky to be in this bathroom right now. That's what I think. I'm not thinking like, I wish I could just, like, I think that a lot, but that's, that's what happens when you're in your second puberty and you're, finally the right sexual orientation, whatever. But it's just like, it's so not the majority of a loving, caring relationship. It's just not. But clearly, in this man's mind, that's what the relationship is. That's just fucking. It's not making love. That's not showing love. That's just fucking. Everybody can fuck. That means nothing. Right? That means nothing.
I felt like this was something I needed to do for both of us. I felt like.
Listen to the justification for literally conning this woman into coming over to just be with him, which turned into sex. This is the justification. He needed to do it for both of them.
Like the most cruel thing I could do to Jenna at that time would be, after everything that she's done for me in the first 2 weeks I was in jail, to be out of jail on the first night and leave her alone in a strange hotel with no transportation by herself while I'm sitting.
Because there's no Ubers. There's no Lyfts in all of Florida. He was doing her a favor, guys. He was doing her a favor. Don't be alone. Like maybe just healing. Don't stay by yourself. Come over.
Here by myself.
I was fine. I had lunch with friends earlier in the day.
Thank you.
I was completely fine. I had plans for the next day, just like I had plans for today. I did not reach out to him. He reached out to me, and he's acting as if it is this some huge fucking favor he was doing for me, when really he was just leading me on. He knew exactly what he wanted, and that's exactly what he got.
And I'm not shaming Jenna for having sex. She's free to do whatever she wants. Okay. But this man is a manipulative fuck. 22 days. That's it. 22 days. You can't go 22 days.
But I was also very, very, very aware that I didn't want to lead her on. Okay. So
here's the important caveat. He didn't want to lead her on, guys, with the sex.
Didn't say I love you.
Because it was a fuck.
Did not tell her I love you.
Just say, I didn't tell her I love you. So you just wanted to fuck her. You didn't want to make love with her. You didn't do anything for her. This was for you to put your pagine in her vagine because you like that. You wanted a fuck. You're a disgusting human being. Why emotionally manipulate her? Because, of course, if you don't say I love you, then everybody is like, oh, right, it was just a fuck. No, that's called consent, Aaron. You didn't get her consent to be like, listen, it's been 22 days. We've been fighting. Let's fuck it out. Now, if you guys had that convo and you guys both decided to like get your anger out in a good fuck, fine. Everybody was fucking. But if you literally invite her over under the pretext of like, just come, can you just come be with me? I'm sad. And she's like, okay, you're fucking pathetic. I'll come over because you're a fucking man baby who, you know, is all alone. Fine. And then it turns into a fuck. That's on you, homie. That's not for her. That's for your pajeen who can't go without a fuck. That is disgusting. That's just, honey, it's called you have two hands. Okay? You have two hands. There's porn everywhere. Help yourself out. Okay? Help yourself out. Okay? You don't need her. There's hookers. There's whatever. Go pick someone up in a bar and go have a fuck. You know, but don't do that to someone you claim to love, that you claim to, you know, be in and out of a relationship with, etc. That's you're fucking using her. It's disgusting.
I tell her I love you 100 times a day.
Aaron tells me he loves me even when we're broken up. So
means nothing.
what he did do was when he saw me, he held me for 10 minutes straight in the car. He held my hand all the way to his house. He fucked me. He had me stay there the entire night while he was snuggling me.
See, Jenna even said it was a fuck.
He held my hand the next morning. He told me, we talked for hours and hours. I told him that he could drop me back off at the hotel. And then he said, oh, well, you don't really have anything to do. He seemed confused. Like, oh, you're not going to stay here? And I was like, okay, well, I figured you have stuff to do and I have people that I need to meet. And he was like, okay, well, I'll call you a bit later. And then I figured that we would be getting back together. Like, I didn't figure. He said, I'll call you later. He drove me back. He gave me a big, long hug and a kiss. And he said, I'll call you later.
So it wasn't just a fuck.
I didn't say I love you when I picked her up. I didn't say I love you when I dropped her off. And that was just a little thing. I was like, don't send mixed messages. Now, of course, Jen is going to say, it was all mixed messages. You knew I would think we're back together. You knew I thought everything was fine. I'd be like, you know what? I'm sick of being held responsible for it. You think I would have known, you would have been thinking, you know? Okay.
Guys, you tell me, if someone asked you to come over after they come out of jail, when you've gone out of your way to stay away from them, you haven't messaged them. They told you not to come to Clearwater, and they text you at 12 o'clock at night and say
it was a booty call, 12 p.m. Come on,
that they want to see you. And then when you go over to they pick you up and they hold you for the longest time ever. They hold you. They have sex with you many times.
Guys, this is way more information than we needed. Yeah, at the house she wasn't allowed to get her stuff from. Exactly. He held her. They had sex not once, not twice, multiple times. I don't even know how many that is.
They hold you all throughout the night. They talk to you for hours. They hold your hand the next day. They say that they're going to talk to you again soon, later in the day. What would you think?
I would think we're on like Donkey Kong. That's what I would think.
What would you think?
So I dropped her off the next morning, yesterday morning at the hotel, because here's where it gets awkward. This was supposed to be her goodbye tour for all of her Clearwater friends. And I've already decided we weren't getting back together. I've also already told all of my friends who are sick and tired of this shit that we are not getting back together. And so, you know, I also told all of our friends this. I reached out and said, me and Aaron broke up. I want to see you for one last time before I don't come back to Clearwater. And that's what I told everyone. He reached out to me. He asked me to come over, you guys. Plans to meet up with some of my friends. She had plans to also meet up with some of our mutual friends. And it was just kind of a little awkward situation. And I said, I'll call you later. I said, I'll call you later today when everything's done. I ended up being out last night until about 11:30 with all of our friends. And I got home and interesting. Let me see. You see that one? Can you delete that, Marilyn?
Can you delete that, Marilyn?
Give me a sec here.
Okay, good. Thank Marilyn, can you delete that?
And instead of calling her, I went to bed. I fell asleep.
Yeah, we can't have any controversy.
Guys, when I'm done with this, I'm going to do my own video saying everything that's happened. I'm just reacting to this right now because he's blocked me in the chat and I can't literally stand him saying the most disgusting lying things about me.
When I got home last night, my daughter was here. She was playing video games. I said, all right, sweetie, I'm going to bed. Stay as late as you want. Stay up as late as you want. I went to bed. I woke up in the morning. Can you please block that one, Marilyn?
Can you block that
I woke up in the morning to text messages from Jenna saying how once again I'd used her and abused her and thrown her out like trash.
Yeah.
And we engaged in some back and forth texts, which if I have to make public, I will, but I'm not going to do that right now. Then she switched back into the gear of begging me to come over and help her soothe in the hotel. And actually,
because when he came over or when everything happened the day before, I thought that we were back together. I thought that we were sorting everything out. Why would he do that? Why would he act that way?
Why would you have a fuck party, hold somebody all night, tell them all the things, and then act like Oh, but in his words, I didn't say I love you. So of course we were not back on. It was just a lot of fucks. No woman is showing up for that, guys. Unless you have the talk. You got to have the talk. Like, hey, listen, I don't want to get back together. I just got to fuck it out. It's been 22 days. I got to get these fucks out of me. And if Jenna was like, okay, I'm down to clown, let's fuck. That's fine. That's two consenting adults agreeing to do that. But that's not what happened.
I thought it was going in that direction. And then I realized, by the way, Aaron has done this before when we've been broken up. And he's been like, well, can you come over and see me? And I said, no, I'm not going to have sex with you unless we're together. I'm not interested in that. This has happened multiple times. He knows my boundaries on this. And he asked me to come over and acted the way he did, knowing that those are my boundaries. He's an absolute lying monster who's trying to act like I'm a fucking stalker.
Soothing is not Scientology.
And he's the one who asked me to come over. And yes, I asked him to come over this morning because I was really, really upset. And all he had to do was be nice to me. But instead, he just fucking yelled at me.
Yeah.
So I will read you those texts.
So he went to her hotel room this morning, today, Sunday, and they got into a fight in the hotel room.
But I'm not going to screen share anything right now.
He's going to read them.
Okay, I'm reading this verbatim, so you guys can see. I don't make shit up. I'm going to read this verbatim. If the time comes that
this is Aaron bringing a receipt.
I think, God, do I have a rage problem? I do get really angry when this happens. Maybe I need to fix myself. Maybe I need to do better. But he never wants to do better. He never wants to try. He just wants to blame me for everything.
Me to come. Every one of our friends who's in Hawaii with us got to see firsthand with their own eyeballs in real life.
So now he's going to claim that this incident
and abusive nature
that happened in Hawaii.
No, everybody who was in Hawaii with us heard me scream when Aaron threw me across the room. Now, I admit I poured water on him and he picked me up and he threw me across the room.
Does that seem like the same? Again, I guess Aaron doesn't like water. Maybe he's like the Wicked Witch of the West. You can't pour water on him. He melts. Like she threw a glass of water on him. She did one of these, foof, and he picked her up and tossed her across a room. This seems to be a pattern.
Natalie heard me scream. George heard me scream. Cheryl heard me scream. Only Cheryl and George asked me if I was okay. That's what Aaron does. They didn't see me being toxic. They saw us fighting. Yes, they saw us fighting. Me and Aaron got into a spat and then he left the entire next day and wouldn't speak to me. Even though the next day was Mother's Day, he did the same thing again.
Oh. And then he disrespected her on Mother's Day.
Of Jenna trying to control this relationship with threats of harm. All right, let me see something. Okay. Yeah.
This is when Aaron
I wasn't even hurting his things. It was just some food items. Struggling to get away. He would not let
me.
That's right.
She says, you abused me, screamed at me while telling me I'm angry. Sorry. Hold on, guys. Guys, let me go blow my nose real quick. I'm sorry to do this. This will take 1 minute.
Let me go blow my nose. Because he doesn't have, guys, I have a whole ass box of Kleenex right here.
There was an incident on November 10th where I was in Aaron's house and he picked me up and he held me from behind me because I threw his pie on the floor after he was screaming at me at the top of my lungs, spitting pumpkin pie in my face.
Okay, so we're back to the original pumpkin pie incident that Aaron talked about. Remember right at the beginning where he talks about him holding her? So this is Jenna's version. Aaron was eating the pie, spittling it in her face while he's screaming at her. And so she threw it on the ground. He was in the same room as her, not in a different room. And then all of a sudden, for no reason, Jenna is just throwing pie.
And I said, please stop talking to me like that. Please. And he said, I can talk to you however the fuck I want to. You cannot police my tone. And if you don't like it, then leave. So I picked up the pumpkin pie and threw it on the floor. I rolled a watermelon onto the floor. He wasn't even in the room when this is happening. He came into the room, picked me up and restrained me and held me across here for 5 to 10 minutes. I was struggling to get away.
For 5 to 10 minutes. Now he described it as I'm telling you to stop. And she said, I'm not going to stop. That's not what happened. And then he just grabbed her arms and held her. And then she's like, call the police, 5 to 10 minutes. And she's struggling. 5 to 10 minutes of holding her against her will. Now we're bordering on kidnapping.
He would not let me go. Finally, he said he was going to call the cops. I said, go ahead, call the fucking cops. I'm leaving. I went to go out the door. I got my phone and then I left for an hour. It was the coldest night on record in Clearwater. Aaron is not allowed to touch me. He's allowed to call the cops if he thinks that he's in danger or for any reason, but he is not allowed to pick me up and restrain me ever. And not for 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes straight. No.
That she's absolutely right. No one's allowed to do that.
He can call the cops. I'm much smaller than him. I was not hurting him in any way. I wasn't even hurting his things. It was just some food items that he had previously been spitting in my face while screaming at me.
Threw me across, presumably it says the room. I've never actually, Jenna has always said this to me. You in Hawaii, you threw me across the room. I don't know what she's talking about.
And the fact that I've said it to him repeatedly,
maybe when we were in
the fact that I've said it repeatedly just shows that it's actually true.
the bedroom and she's throwing things at me and hitting me and I'm pushing her away from me.
No.
I mean, but she said this to me repeatedly since Hawaii. You threw me across the room. Okay.
Thank you. It is unlawful.
She goes, the amount of times that you've yelled at me, publicly driven insane while I'm in the car. You've used me over and over and over again, Aaron, and you've humiliated me over and over again. Everybody here heard you screaming at me. As if, well, in the hotel room, we had our voices raised, but
no, he was screaming at me, and multiple people knocked on the door and asked if I was okay.
This is this morning. So while he went over there to her motel, he's screaming at her, and other residents of the motel came to check.
Okay, I said, I told you that I did not want you to come to Clearwater, and you came anyway. You came to my house, even though you were told not to. Jenna says, you tried to force me to get my stuff when you were there. I never came to your house, not once when you told me not to, not even once. I said, you jumped the fence and tried to get in the back door, even though you were told the house was locked and you were not welcome there.
He's such a liar. I didn't even touch his fence. I only ever went to his house after he messaged me and said I could go get my stuff. Erica was with me. She knows that it's true. I never once jumped his fence. I checked if his fence was open after he told me I could get my stuff.
There. And she goes, nice try, you absolute fucking liar. I never even touched your fence. I said, you threatened Heather and several other friends to file a false police report against me and have me held in jail.
I didn't threaten to have a false police report filed against him. I said that I would file a police report against him if he didn't take down my videos and stop using my name, my credibility, and me saying how he is such a good person to fucking get money for himself and his family while he abuses me behind the scenes. That's what I said.
See, guys, see how you have to hear the whole story? It's kind of important.
And it was a real police report. And at the time when it happened, I called my friend and I called one other person, and I've detailed this event to many other people previously. And I did not want to report Aaron because I did not want to hurt him. And at this point, I don't even care. He doesn't give a shit about hurting me. He's a complete liar, manipulating everything. So he can pay for his actions.
She goes, I went through the door that Heather opened for me, you lying piece of shit. And she goes, no, it would have been a true police report. I said, you tried to go in the back door and you found that it was locked. She goes, it was a true police report. You know exactly what you did. You're literally just making stuff up to try to get me to admit to something that
Watch
I did not
what
do.
she says
I
here.
did not do a single fucking thing. Yes, I only went to the back door when you messaged me that I could go there. Guys, you can't get to the back door without jumping the fence. So you just...
I meant by the back door, I meant the fence. I never even went through the fence. I never did. I didn't go in through the back door. I went through the garage, which Heather opened for me, which Heather knows is true, which Erica knows is true. So he's just making this up. Heather would have never told him that I went to the back door.
Said she never touched the fence, but then admitted she did go into my backyard to try to enter the house through the back door, which isn't possible to do without jumping the fence. The fence is taller than Jenna is.
Hence, it's not possible for me to jump the fence.
Okay, I said, of course you did, and I have all of your messages to prove it. I said, me telling you that I told Heather it was okay to let you into the house is not the same thing as telling you that you can jump my locked fence and enter the house through the back door. She says, you're such a lying, abusive piece of shit. You've done this over and over and over again. So many women have said how fucking abusive you are. So many. And then she goes, I never jumped your fence. I don't even have a car. The only time I was ever out at your house was with our friend, you fucking lying sack. Yeah, I never said she jumped over my fence alone. She didn't have permission to show up to my house. Her physically restraining her from continuing to destroy the kitchen again, battery. And that legally, since she was only destroying my property and not my person, I wasn't allowed to restrain her. I could have only have called the police and waited for the police to.
Correct. That's what you should have done. That's what you should have done. That's what you should have done.
Show up. This is the actual literal argument that Jenna has made to our mutual friends.
He just confessed, you guys. I'm going to send.
Yeah, he did. That's a confession that he admitted that it's battery.
This to the police.
Yeah.
And I never touched anything besides his food items, and he wasn't even in the room. Actually, what's the timestamp on this?
For why her destroying my kitchen, not a crime. Me grabbing her and holding her so she can't keep doing it and telling her she has to go outside or I'm going to call the police. That's a crime, right? Because I asked, I was like, what is this misdemeanor report that Jenna keeps threatening to file against me? And it was that. It was me holding onto her so that she couldn't keep destroying the kitchen. Okay.
There's one other thing I want to.
It's not a blackmail video. He did everything that I ever said he did. And this.
After hanging out with the local friends who came to town, I initiated a text message conversation to Jenna. Here's exactly what it says. Jerry, my lawyer. Fuck water. Sorry, guys.
Me to come to court.
Come to court. You can come over and, I.
But I'm the one who's a psycho who's chasing him.
goes, I didn't book 5 days coming to see you. Remember, it's non-changeable and non-refundable. I said, I never begged you to come over. I literally just asked you if you wanted to come over. She goes,
So this is somebody who asked me to book my flight, asked me to come to court, and asked me to go to his house.
Mm-hmm.
I did not contact him to go to his house at all. But I'm the one who's a psycho who's chasing him. Until his lawyer called me and said, Aaron wants you there, I came. I did not contact him after that
So she went
at all.
for Jerry, not for Aaron.
while you were not there so that you could you've had so many chances to do the right thing and be a good person. Good. You're a She goes, you do what you want, Aaron. The cops are coming now. You will not get away with your bullshit. You might be able to make a video faster than I can make a video, but all of the facts are on my side. I've told everyone along the way what you have
the
done.
text messages.
I've covered for you over and over again. You're a monster, and you can never even so much.
She's not denying. This is the text.
You made me think of, you made me think of your family, your kids, and that I would be hurting them. But really, it's you who's been hurting us all along. I have never asked Jenna not to do videos because of my kids, just for the record. You can't.
Yeah, don't let's, that's a line, guys.
To anything you do, you are an abuser.
Told me over and over again that when I did those videos back in January, that I was hurting his kids, I was hurting his family.
Yeah, the kids that don't watch him, that uninvited him to fucking Thanksgiving. Yeah, she's live from her hotel.
For so much, I've walked back so much just because I love you, and all you do is hurt me over and over and over again. You don't deserve my protection anymore, and you don't deserve my silence. You will never stop hurting people, no matter where you go.
True.
I said, there's no reason for you to ever do anything for me ever again. I'm about to go live and tell everyone what's been happening for the last 18 months. You've given me no choice, but I have to do it for my own protection.
Who's threatening who, guys? I never told him I would go live.
I'll talk about everything that happened.
They are.
By the way, I have text messages from back in January when I did my videos of Aaron saying to me, instead of apologizing for cheating on me and lying about it repeatedly, where I had to find out on the internet, he didn't apologize for shit. He instead said, let's go to war. Let's go at it and let's see who wins.
Yeah, he's like, bring it on, Donkey Kong.
Lindsay and everything. She says, go ahead. I'll be right behind you once I'm done talking to the cops, and I won't stop until everybody knows everything about you. You threw me across the room in Hawaii. You battered me in your house the last time that I was there. You yelled at me at the top of your lungs over and over and over again. And all I ask is for you to stop talking to me like that. And you say, you accept it or leave. Yeah, that's never happened.
Did you guys see that? Did you just see the smug shrug? Yeah. Yeah. Like literally he acknowledges it. And then he's like, oh, that never happened.
I had a really long conversation with Heather the other day, and I told her everything that's been going on behind closed doors. And Heather apologized to me afterwards. This is something that Jenna does a lot. She goes
Again,
to, hold on.
He's the victim, guys. Gotta pound that water.
I have a close circle of friends.
Again, close circle of friends. This is like the 7th time now. Close circle of friends. These are his followers. They are his adherents. They are his cult members. Natalie. Oh, we'll put Rabbit in there since she did videos with him. Marilyn. Kelly, Copter, Feral Cheryl, Eric, George, Dusty. These are his disciples. These are his cult members. These are the people who are going to support him no matter what.
Who eventually at some point in our relationship, when Jenna felt like she wasn't going to be able to keep herself from doing something destructive, and when she couldn't get me on the phone, she would call people in my close friend group and people who
his disciples, his cult members,
would have considered Jenna a friend as well, and made the request of her that she would make the request of them that she would make the request of me. Please, 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 please help me. I can't control myself. I'm afraid I'm going to do something that I regret, and please help me. So many of the people in my...
You guys, that's me saying Aaron is being so fucking horrible to me, and then he's hanging up on me and refusing to sort it out. I don't want to expose this, but the way that he has used me is so disgusting that it feels like the right thing to do. I don't want to hurt the cause. I don't want to hurt Aaron's family, but I need to talk to somebody about this right now because it feels like doing that. It feels like exposing him is the right thing to do, to stand up for myself, to not let him get away with this bullshit anymore. Aaron doesn't care how he behaves or how he treats people behind closed doors. He only cares about what his audience thinks.
Yeah, he cares about his money. He wants the super chats. He wants the memberships. He wants control of this anti-Scientology narrative. He wants to be the sole person in charge. He's done this throughout the whole video, guys. My community, my friends, my message, my channel. This is not about taking down Scientology. This is about keeping his money coming in and his reputation and his... Guys, my reputation has been trashed so many times. I honestly, whatever. Okay. Oh, good. I set off the smoke detectors in my house because there was, because of the rolls. Hang on one second. Keep fanning. Okay. Sorry, guys. We have a great house. Again, running around the house. And we have very sensitive smoke detectors. Okay. If there's like a teeny bit of smoke, like, you're baking a pizza in the oven, which is what's happening right now. And, some cheese falls on the bottom of your stove, your oven, and it's, a little swoosh, and that's it. Right. Like, and then the thing goes off. I'll go, weep, weep, weep. And then, it starts yelling, fire, fire. The dogs do not like that. So, and now we've just opened every window in the house. We should be fine. It's clearing out. It's just, nothing is on fire. Literally, we're fine. Okay. Oh.
And so I have called people and said, I don't want to do this. Can you please talk with me about it? Tell me why it's wrong. Please convince me otherwise. I don't want to. And the proof that I haven't done it is that I haven't made a single video about it since January. So it's not about me threatening. It's about me having nowhere else to go and being in a relationship with somebody who's gaslighting me over and over and over, and having friends who say, yes, you should just leave, but never say anything to him that he's doing. And yes, I have left a million times. And yes, I have come back because I love him. And by the way, he has begged me to come back as well. And I can show those fucking messages as well. The point is that this is Aaron doing this before I have ever done it. Everything he's accusing me of, he's doing right now. And I have not done it. And I've done everything.
We haven't gotten there yet, Penelope.
Being something that has to happen.
Yeah.
Friend group have personal firsthand experience of, they understand, they know what it's like dealing with Jenna when she's like that. Okay. When she's like that.
When she's
like that, you cannot appeal to reason. Okay. If it was possible, these things wouldn't occur. So understandably, people who are my friends and love me and know the truth and support me will eventually, inevitably,
I'm going to skip ahead.
Since last January, I found out I could pay the price of 22 days in jail. I can pay this price as well. Because the truth is,
willing to sacrifice,
truth
guys.
Will prevail. Jenna got that part right. The truth will prevail. I have been an amazing boyfriend.
He's been an amazing boyfriend.
You guys, ask Heather how Aaron is as a spouse. Ask Lindsay. Ask Dallas what I've been telling him for the last 2 years. Ask my kids how he acted in front of me. What his kids said about how he treated Heather.
Yeah.
He's a fucking terrible boyfriend. He's an abusive, terrible boyfriend and person. And you know what?
He's
every time someone writes in about the SPTV Foundation, every time someone writes in, he's like, what is this loser piece of shit? We're not going to help them. He talks terribly to the people who are supposed to be helping, and he talks fucking terribly about them. Oh, you're such a loser piece of shit. You couldn't get a job and you couldn't get your feet on the ground. He's not the person he pretends to be.
This is the president of the SPTV Foundation, who every time gets an application from one of us, says disgusting things about that Scientology survivor to the rest of his board because they're a piece of shit that they can't get their, they didn't pull themselves up by their bootstraps. That's the whole point of your fucking foundation, you fucking fraud.
Which is why I resigned from the foundation months ago.
Uh-oh, hot dog. Breaking news. Jenna resigned from the foundation. Girlfriend, are you going to just shut down that website? Are you going to take yourself off the website? She resigned months ago, guys. Months ago.
Because anytime I would try to talk to him about this, and anytime I would try to say, maybe we should help this person who was in Scientology half their life, he would shut me down without even listening to me, or would start screaming at me.
Generous, kind, supportive boyfriend to Jenna.
Generous, kind, supportive boyfriend. This is him telling you the narrative. You must repeat these words exactly as I have said them. Generous, kind, loving boyfriend.
Miscavige. Other than the bullshit that happened with Lindsay for a couple weeks.
Twice for a couple of weeks. And Lindsay attacking me online for a year. This is not meant to shade Lindsay, but he just let that happen.
Apologized profusely for that.
No, he hasn't, you guys. He's told me that it was okay for him to cheat because he wanted to get out of the relationship, but he didn't have the balls to say it. So it was okay. His real mistake was not ending the relationship when he wanted to.
Bingo!
Meanwhile, we're together for another year after that. So
bingo!
Him saying, oh, it's just a technicality that I cheated. Not, I'm actually really sorry for this thing that I did to you, and that was horrible, and that was legit cheating.
Bingo!
My life. But it turns out that the real greatest mistake of my life has been this relationship.
The greatest mistake.
I tried everything that I could.
I knew it wouldn't be enough. Joining the Sea Org after his brother passed away. Not indenturing himself to a slave cult that he knew was a slave cult. So much so that he never participated in receiving what he was dishing out. Not getting his mom to stop practice Scientology. She's still fucking practicing it. not being a shit husband to his wife who he's cheating on for years, not being a terrible example of a man to his 3 daughters. Fucking Jenna Miscavige. That's the biggest regret of his life.
My closest friends have been telling me for a fucking year, Aaron, this will never change.
My closest friends, Natalie, Kelly, Marilyn, Cheryl, Eric, Kai, George, Dusty. These people, his disciples.
Change. This will never get better. It's all going to blow up eventually. I said, I know. Thank you for putting up with me anyway. Thank you for supporting me and to me anyway. Hi, Marilyn.
So then he asked Marilyn at one point, you want to come up? Thumbs up, thumbs down. You're going to come up? Okay, no. And then Marilyn came out. Okay. Now some stuff's about to come out here.
We love you, Aaron.
Well, the board, Amy, the board only consists of Aaron, George, Natalie, and Jenna. So we know that Natalie and George are Aaron's close friends. Jenna has left, so that leaves Aaron, Natalie, and George. If Natalie and George had 2 brain cells to click together, they would have already left the board and left this man by himself. This foundation is a joke. This foundation is a joke. Like, what the fuck? Everybody has left. Except for the 2 people that for some reason seem to look past all of his abuse of me, of Lindsay, of Juliana. I'm the only person who wasn't fucking him and he still abused me. You know?
I've been saying the same thing to Jenna because, and I get.
Now, this part was fantastic because he really thought that Marilyn was going to come up and say that he's great and Jenna should stop saying bad stuff. And she doesn't say that.
Yelled at for it sometimes, but I want to see both of you be happy.
Yelled at it for it sometimes. Me and Marilyn have talked maybe 5 times ever. And I told her everything Aaron did to me last week. And she believed me. And then she spoke to him for 5 minutes. And then she changed her tune.
Yeah, because Marilyn, in my own personal experience with her, is a wishy-washy, wimpy bitch. Okay? She wants everybody to defend her, which I did multiple times over the years when trolls came for her hard and she was getting like gross death threats and things. I fucking stood up for her. I stood up for Marilyn. Okay? And she stabbed me in the back multiple times. And then went on a live and was like, Nora's mean to me. And I wasn't even saying anything about her. I was talking about Aaron. It had nothing to do with her. Like, no. Like, Marilyn is a survivor of a cult. And I respect that. And I respect her bringing awareness to that. But, like, she is not anybody in this group's friend. She is Aaron's right-hand henchman. Literally. She stepped right into that role as soon as I exited. She fucking loves coming for people who Aaron doesn't like, who Aaron designates as persona non grata. Like, I don't think Marilyn is inherently a bad person. I just think, like, she's in this fucking cult. She's in it to win it. Why? Because she makes money. It's about money, guys. When Aaron props her up, she makes money. Guys, if I was doing this for money, I would have quit a long time ago. I'm lucky for reals. I'm lucky if I make $500 in a month. Okay? That's not enough to live on. That's not enough to pay that's my T-Mobile bill, guys. Okay? Because I got too many kids and fucking people on my fucking plan. Okay? But that's a me problem. That's not a you problem. I'm just saying that's what I can pay for after doing hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of YouTube. Okay? But this woman, Marilyn, is fucking enabling a narcissistic sociopath. Period.
And the overall comments in this chat has been hugely supportive to both of you. Nobody wants to take sides. Nobody is hating, on either of you.
Sides. No, the mods saying don't
I do
take
corroborate
sides.
a lot of what you said, but
People
I also
were
love
taking
Jenna.
sides and then they deleted
know neither
it.
of you were perfect, but I have told her over and over, like, listen, I want you to be happy. And unfortunately, what that means to her changes with the win constantly. And I just had to.
Marilyn has told me over and over again that I should leave Aaron, that she would never let her daughter date him. And she told me that she believed me. And this is what she's coming on saying for him.
You know what I told you today? I was like, if you guys get back together, I'm sorry, I love you both, but I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And I know it sounds very selfish, but it's like my husband and I have
guys.
And I'm not going to go on my channel and start bitching about him. But
look at him.
Really
Watch how agitated Aaron gets with every word that comes out of Marilyn's mouth.
And just please stop, both of you. We love you both. We support you both. But at the same time, I know you're not lying about a lot of the details. I have proof too, but I don't hold it.
You're not lying about a lot of the details, which means that he is lying about some of them. Because he's a liar. Look at his face right there. He's pissed
against her for, kind of threatening people and stuff, but it's not a lie. So anyways, I'm here for you. I'm here for you both. I'm here for this community. But God damn it, you guys.
All I said to Marilyn was like, are you going to support him? And then she got upset. I said, are you still going to support him? And she got upset. And then I apologized to her and said, I feel bad for putting you in that position. That's what I did not threaten Marilyn.
Because you can't even say, like, guys, there is a choice. There is a red line. There's a line for me. Okay. I said that Aaron had crossed the line. I will never be friends with him again. Never. There is nothing that man could do, say, or achieve that would cause me to be like, that's my friend. I do not trust him. I do not have any affection for him. Let's be abundantly clear in case anybody thought for a second I was wavering. I do not wish him harm. Okay. I do not wish him ill will things, but I do not trust him. I will not allow him to be any portion of my life because he's a terribly destructive, narcissistic sociopath. Period. And these actions and words are demonstrating that. It's not just, listen, I'm not a psychologist. Psychiatrist. I can't diagnose him with that. That is what I'm observing. These are my observations. As I said at the beginning of the video, these are my opinions and I am voicing them.
You guys gotta just hopefully be friends and not, you're just not compatible.
Nope.
Or whatever. Just
That will not be possible. But it's not that I think it's not possible. It's that she says it's not possible.
So again, he's the victim. He would totally be friends. But Jenna doesn't want to. Like, come on, guys.
And I mean, this is the evidence that you're seeing. It's like, so she, you were there firsthand.
So now he wants Marilyn to back up his claims. Ready?
Seeing that after January, how she would threaten
Yeah.
to repost her videos about me when she wasn't getting from me what she wanted, right?
Yeah.
You saw her using public exposure.
You guys, when Aaron begged me to come onto a live in order to show that we were fine and we were sorting things out, he went on with Marisa and they had a big long talk about how cheating was just fine and boys will be boys and it's all okay. And I got furious and said, I can't believe I took those videos down for somebody who would do this to me.
Do you guys remember that live? Do you remember the live that Jenna's referencing here? Let me find it. No, I wanted to search his channel, not the. There we go. That live would be. Oh, did he take it down? No, it's right here. This is the live. Narcissistically controlling women from 10 months ago. This is the live right here. There's Marissa. There's him. And he thinks it's totally okay. He kept it up because that's what he believes. That's what he believes. It's like he just tells on himself, guys.
Them back up at that time. And then I felt bad and then I took them down. But him acting like I'm using them to make him stay with me. What a disgusting liar. Ask Marisa. I had a conversation with her about this at the time. You guys all saw it play out live where they were like, cheating is fine. Boys will be boys. Ha 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 ha. Marisa felt disgusting. And that's why she asked him to remove the videos because she had no idea that
And
she
he
was
won't
making
remove
excuses
it.
for him or that he had asked.
Marissa's asked him to take the video down and he said no. Just like he did to the original partner of his channel, Nick Lister, who said, take the videos down. I've read that letter several times. He won't take those videos down because he's a narcissistic sociopath.
Asked me to be in the chat and that he was going to do that.
As leverage to control her romantic partner, someone she claimed to love more than anything.
Well, not just January. I mean, I'll be honest. It's just the truth. It's not. I'm not trying to
There's
destroy anybody
Marilyn
or
still in the
trash anybody. But over this time, I mean, I corroborate also what you said with Jenna was a freaking rock star. She kept everybody like motivated, keeping her channel going while you were
Jenna,
in jail.
we love you.
She
Don't
raised
say
a lot
bad
of money.
things.
She was just amazing, and she is an amazing person. Like when she's not having a spiral, like she is.
Guys, the reason why I said I would get medicine is because Marilyn suggested it to me. And with everything I've been going through, I said, okay, maybe this will help me because I'm so upset. I'm so fucking spiraling constantly. I'm not getting any sleep. But Aaron takes me saying that I'll get medicine as an admission that I'm insane rather than that he's fucking driven me to this. That's where he's such a monster. Marilyn said that she has medicine, and I said that really helps her. And I said, okay, I will check that out for myself.
Because Jenna's not on an
Oh my God, she's
antidepressant.
just so loving and beautiful and wonderful person, and she is.
That might help. I don't know. I'm not her doctor.
Like, I'm the only one that doesn't like work full time or whatever. Like
Aaron
Natalie
doesn't
really
take
did what she
anything
could, and Rabbit and everybody jumped in, but I'm more available, so I was more available.
Because he doesn't go to
that kind of
therapy.
meant that I also was kind of dealing with Jenna's, issues sometimes, and it was like she was like, "Okay, can you do this?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm happy to do it." And she's like, "Yay!" I went and did a thumbnail for this.
Yeah, Marilyn does all the work,
I think my
guys.
8th, 9th,
does
10th stream
stuff
that I done, and I'm happy to do it. But like all of a sudden, it was a half hour before I went live,
look
and
at
she
how
was all gung ho, and
pissed
she
he is,
started texting me about what a monster you were. I'm like, wait a minute, an hour ago he was the best thing since sliced bread, And then she was like, I hope you.
I did not tell her an hour ago he was the best thing since sliced bread. I didn't even talk about him. I was just in a relationship. So Marilyn's just making up that I was saying how great he was. All I was doing was trying to make money for his family and run his channel.
I hope you feel good about
that he did yell, and she said it sounds toxic and shouldn't be happening. I think you're both better off going your separate ways.
She's reading the texts.
This went on.
I'm trying to get to the
She
part.
said, do what you feel you need to do, whatever's right for you. I'm not trying to stop you or tell you what to do.
So it was like, Jenna, I love you.
He said that. And so he said that our whole conversation was this misunderstanding. And so I went to Marilyn and said, you know what? I said this about him before. I realized it was a misunderstanding.
You don't stick up for women. I don't know. So it just went back and forth.
Admitted earlier in the stream that he yelled at me. I've recorded him. He yells so fucking loud. And he tries to be like, I don't really yell, or do I get loud and animated? No, you guys, I'm not talking about a little annoyedness or even him talking loudly. I'm talking about screaming at me with his whole body at the top of his lungs into my face nearly every single week.
I've had that.
Yeah, most mad you were actually quiet. Guys, and de-escalate for yelling at me for
normal person does that. No normal person does that.
Somebody who's been abused over and over again, and that was just a week ago from when that happened. And it wasn't because he just acted annoyed with me in a conversation. It was at least, when I say the third time, I mean the first time he hung up on me again and again and again.
No,
the second time
calls
it was
were
my
paid
Thanksgiving
for
when I
by
sent
the
my kids away,
donors
and he yelled at me, and then he hung up on me again and again and again. This time I said at the beginning of the call, I need your emotional support. Because you guys, I got this lawyer for Aaron. I got this lawyer.
And
I did all
for
the work,
all the people watching right now, please hit the like,
couldn't even wake up on
subscribe.
time to speak to him. The only time the lawyer has available to talk is on the weekly content with everyone. But he wasn't doing anything. He was just in there watching Jesus movies and watching me drown and then hanging up on me when I fucking needed him the most.
Yeah.
Me doing everything for this man and his family and not even making my own money that I need to make, putting everything aside for him and seeing how he treats me during that time, how disgusting he is towards me. I thought, you know what? Why am I protecting him? Why should I let him?
Good for her.
He is literally in jail for a misdemeanor for battering somebody else. This is a pattern for him.
The first time Jenna says it.
And so, one of the reasons, let's be honest, Scientology wins today, folks. Scientology has now won today. The whole ex-Scientology community and the greater internet hemorrhoid community is now going to be talking about nothing more than
the greater internet hemorrhoid community. Thus, I will be making merch. That's the internet hemorrhoid community, guys. And they've been very supportive. Thank you. Thank you so far.
Aaron and Jenna's breakup drama, because Jenna has always said she doesn't care. She'll burn it all to the ground. She didn't want to be doing any of this anyway.
Guys, who started this video? Who made a video about this? Aaron did.
Right.
Exactly.
She started doing it because I got her to be doing it. And she's always said that if we broke up, she wouldn't be able to be on the internet anyway because she'd see me every day and she'd be so sad.
I did.
So
I take something that I said 2 years ago when I was too afraid
to go on my YouTube channel. It's not about me today, though, guys. It's about the truth coming out.
And he uses it now because he's a disgusting manipulator. And he wants to control the narrative. And he takes things completely out of context over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
This is just Jenna doing what Jenna has always said that she was going to do. I will burn it all to the ground. I will burn myself down as long as I can burn you down with me. And that is why I said, you know what? I'm sorry.
I won't burn myself down. I'll be fine.
Sorry. I'm protecting myself. I'm protecting myself by putting the truth out there. I didn't want any of this out there. I didn't even respond to the videos that Jenna did in January. I didn't even respond.
Well, I remember you got mad at me and
he did respond. He put out a disgusting response and got trashed in the comments. And everyone who watched it saw how unapologetic he was and how
his non-apology that I covered
that I was threatening him and that's why he stayed in the relationship. He did do a video. He just got trashed for how horrible he was in it. And then he took it down and hid it.
Another friend of yours, you know who I'm talking about, for saying you guys need to break up and stay away from each other. And I told you that, and I told Jenna that. And at one point you were just like, well, if I want to get back to her, it's my business. I was like, okay, but you came to me and said how miserable and horrible and toxic and terrible this was. You lost 10,000 subscribers. Not that really matters in the scheme of things.
That's all that matters.
It was, it was definitely one of those things where it's like, I don't care. Like
that's what he was mad about, guys. He lost 10,000 subs. 10,000. And then he just kept buying them back.
There's a fine line between, you ever see like War of the Roses, any of those shows, Fatal Attraction, whatever. It's like, it just gets to the point where I don't care. Like I will kill that person. I will burn down their life as long as I can't have them, you know, and that's not healthy. So,
right.
I mean, here we are almost a full year later, and you both have learned that this isn't worth it, unfortunately. You are worth it as far as you taking care of yourself, and this is not good for either of you. And I care about her too.
It's not.
Really do.
And you know, more recently, when we would have arguments that were leading to breakups, I chose to take a different tact in how I communicated to Jenna why I didn't want to be in a relationship.
That happens every week.
Because I realized it doesn't.
He's literally maybe said this once, and it was the last time. And I said, okay, great, we're done. I'm coming to Clearwater to say goodbye to my friends. I'm not going to come to court. I'm not going to say anything bad about you. He twists everything. He twists the timeline on everything.
You're the only problem. Of course you're not. The world doesn't even work that way. Wrap up a conversation, and everything that's making me miserable is my miserable. And whether I think it's your fault, I'm going to stick to it. She's like, I've wasted 2 years of my life. And I'm like, we both just had 20-year marriages.
You're still married.
Your husband did not divorce you. You divorced him after 20 years.
Yeah. Jenna divorced her husband and then started embarking on other relationships. You're still married. You're still married.
Years. Why are you know who else has put 2 years into this relationship? Me.
No, you haven't.
And I'm miserable.
Well, that's why we don't leave cults, because the equity rescue or the sunk cost, what do they call it? Sunk cost fallacy? Yeah. Yeah, because it's like, oh,
and then I take it back, and then I try to put everything on me because he'll never change. And I've done it over and over and over again. Just because somebody doesn't leave doesn't mean that they're not being abused. And by his same logic, and why didn't he leave?
Not even asking you to say
two positions where any.
I haven't spoken to Dallas. I hadn't spoken to Dallas since 25 years. I called Dallas and I said, Dallas, listen.
He had to call Dallas.
I think Jenna is a threat to herself.
Her ex-husband.
She's the mother of your children. And I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
To
if
tell
I didn't tell
him
you what was happening. And I said, by the way,
all
I don't know what
the
you
bad
heard,
shit
but
Jenna
I tried to break up with Jenna a dozen times and she won't let me, okay? I just want
he's talking about a dozen times over 2 years. I've also broken up with him a million times and he's begged me to come back. When Dallas got this message from Aaron, he was completely disgusted and sent it straight to me and told me, just like he's telling me right now, that this guy is a piece of shit and he's just fucking using you and it's just toxic. Our kids hate him. His kids don't even fucking like him. Get away from him.
Yeah.
Dallas would never have believed anything that Aaron said for 1 second because Dallas would never treat me how Aaron has treated me. And I've never done anything like that to Dallas.
Dallas would not. Dallas is a sweetheart.
I just want you to know, and it's like, you to know that. I just want you to know.
Responsible.
I have never once texted Aaron that if you don't come here or whatever, I will do this to myself. Never once. I've said, I'm in a lot of pain.
This is the 5th time
help.
he's denied.
I feel abandoned. I need help.
The threats of unaliving
This is times
yourself.
when we're together.
Aaron is trying to create a narrative where Jenna is a master manipulator
for as long as a week.
And
I have never used it as a threat towards him.
Herself, and
I'm allowed to tell the person that I'm in a relationship with for 2 years that I'm hitting rock bottom and that I'm not doing well. Him acting like me saying that is a manipulation is so gross. It's so abusive. It's literally taking somebody who's at their lowest and then using that to hurt them. He has said over and over again, look, if you feel like hurting yourself, he doesn't say this about me, he says it about other people, then just do it. So he's basically saying that
he's pro unaliving yourself.
To stop that,
Once you experience them, you realize it wasn't that bad. Kind of like going to jail. You realize for that she did. She'll burn it all to the ground.
Absolutely, I did, because I never abused Aaron. He abused me. He restrained me. He falsely imprisoned me, and it's domestic violence. And I called the police. And I've told many friends about this exact incident.
That's the other breaking news. She called the police.
I called my friend at the time and told her what was happening. Instead of him apologizing to me, he live streams me, and then he gets Heather to be on the live stream all weekend so he can. No. I've never said I want him to experience the same pain as when he hangs up on the phone with me. It's when he fucks somebody else behind my back repeatedly. And I learn about it through the internet. And then when I come to the prearranged gathering we're supposed to go to, and instead of him apologizing to me, he live streams me. And then he gets Heather to be on the live stream all weekend so he can show what a nice guy he is.
Right. Remember that when they were all together?
I'm not.
He was with his kids, and
so I guess it remains to be seen.
So he's like there with his wife and his mistress, and everybody's like, "Wow, they're just one big happy family."
But here's what it is doing. And this is what my mutual friends, my and Jenna's mutual friends have tried.
Ghosting and hanging up on over and over again, feeling this constant fear of abandonment and actually being abandoned. Him saying that, me saying that I'm going to take medicine because of how fucking horrible I feel all the time. Like I said in my video, waking up every day crying. Him using that against me as if it gives him some sort of credibility or credence to anything he's saying is so gross. And it just shows that all he was doing with all my messages was tabulating them so that he could use them against me.
That's Darvo, baby.
It is. One person is a physical and mental abuser over and over again and saying, I'll get divorced, never gets divorced, cheats multiple times, doesn't even tell you, won't even say he's sorry, and then screams at your face constantly, drives like a maniac every time he's mad at you in the car, and then ghosts you over and over and over again and says that you're a bitch because he won't come out to see you, and now you only get to come out and see him. There is one person who's at fault, and it's him. And I've done everything I can to save his reputation and walk back the things I said about him in the past. But you guys all fucking knew that they were true at the time. I knew exactly what I was doing, trying to take responsibility on myself, because that's what a nice person tries to do. A nice person actually looks in on themselves and sees what they did wrong. Aaron never, ever, ever does that. He just crushes the person in front of him who's doing everything for him, who loves him, and he just crushes them and uses that love to fucking hurt them even more.
Was to stop being unhappy. And I have that right.
It's the world to him. Please stay with him. I have the messages.
So either people would just assume that I am the one forcing, blaming, and shaming.
Making it look like you're forcing me to. What a disgusting liar. I never did the videos so I could get back together with him. And in all honesty, I did say I could never.
Personally, professionally, family is ripping off the Band-Aid. There is no, I'm not keeping my mouth shut. Everything I had to say, I have just.
Scorched earth. She feels in that moment.
And because he says he loves me more than anyone, I'm his forever person. And because I've lost so many people in my life, that's why I go back. I'm not re-traumatizing myself. I've put up with so.
And not by you, Aaron. By Jenna.
Jenna pretty quickly reversed course and apologized to everyone, and things sort of doesn't care. Doesn't care.
Aaron's the one doing this video right now. He started this video before I started mine. This is what Aaron's doing. He doesn't give a shit about helping people.
God, everything gets twisted. Everything gets twisted.
Literally, I'll be like, Aaron, don't speak to me like that. He's like, if you don't like it, leave. That's how he fucking twists this.
Yep.
He's such a master manipulator. He's so gross.
I want Jenna to be happy. I wish her no ill will. I have no desire
You
to be in
don't?
some war with Jenna Miscavige.
You just did 2.5
When I'm 2
hours,
days out
bro,
of jail.
of ill will.
And Jenna was threatening to keep me in jail for as long as possible while I was in jail.
Yeah.
And then this morning she said she was going to call the police and file a domestic battery report against me so that I'll get arrested and held in jail. I had no fucking choice.
Not false charges. I never threatened to file false charges. That is the narrative that they're all twisting.
Yeah.
It's 100%
It's
true charges.
real
and
shit.
Aaron admitted to what he did in this video.
And there's other threats too that she's made to other people that are in writing. So
Yeah.
it really not gonna work. Not gonna work.
Marilyn, I think it's best if we actually leave the comments alone.
Everything that has been fucking happening.
Was
Well, I'm going to calm down and I'm going to put together for you guys everything that has been fucking happening and that this piece of shit has been doing to me.
Somehow I
over
missed
the
one
last
part here. So I want to find that real quick, and then I'm going to go hang out with my fam bam here, because it's Sunday night. And that's what I want to do. But I'm trying to find. Okay, now we got the closed captioning. I need to find where's the. I have to make this bigger. I'm just talking to myself. You guys can't even hear what I'm saying. I guess it didn't generate a transcript. Let me see.
Years. He's not going to be allowed to spin this in his favor. I've put up with so fucking much grief for this man. He treats his own kids like shit. He never even fucking sees them. When he was in jail, his own daughter came over and told me, it's not like we really see him anyways. And he puts on this big loving show for them on his channel, and it's all fucking fake. It's all fake. He treats Heather like a dog. He treats me like shit. And I have loved him through it all because I've seen the best in him. As you guys saw on the videos I did on his channel, I've stood up for him. I know what it's like to live with shame and trauma. I've been his biggest advocate, all while he was just fucking running me into the ground, like constantly. And all I ever wanted from him was a fucking apology, was some acknowledgement, was some fucking relief. One time when I went to him, and he never could give it to me. But he's a master spinner behind the scenes. He's going to get all these people to say things, but I will show you the receipts. And you'll see what a fucking monster he is. Not just
We're going to go. I found that part. So I'm just going to rewind it a little bit. Erin's reading her text.
That Heather found was acceptable to apologize for. It's the only way Heather and I were able to be married for 23 years. She's a really, 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 really good person. Okay.
I agree with Erin. Heather is a really good person. I got nothing bad to say about Heather Smith Levin.
Okay. All right, Jenna goes, you might have tricked people into being on your side, but I've documented this all along the way. And if you say one single sideways lying thing about me, I will sue you for slander. I already know what you've been spreading around, and you're not going to get away with breaking the law yet again. People will believe me because I'm telling the truth. And I'll tell them every little sick detail of what you've done, how you treated me when I was pregnant. Yeah, Jenna was pregnant a few months ago.
I'm sorry, what?
And Jenna does not want children, nor do I. And yeah, Jenna was pregnant. That happened.
Guys, because Aaron has 3 kids and he still doesn't understand how having a kid works. There is something that we know that's the morning after pill. Okay. And if you feel like, that might have gotten a little extra spicy, you can take that. Plan B. It's available. You just go to Walgreens. You go get it. If you find out that you're pregnant, that's a different situation. And that is everyone's choice. I believe in everyone's right to choose what they do with their body. But the fact that that man, for the second time, yes, this happened with Lindsay also, it means nothing to him. The sanctity of creating a life means nothing. It's no big deal. You just take a pill, right? I never had to make that decision in my life. I know people who have been in situations where it was not going to be a good situation for them to bring a life into this world, and they made the decision that they made, and I agree with that. I agree that people should be able to do that, because a woman gets to decide what happens with her body. Okay. Having given birth to 2 children myself, I can tell you, for all these people who want to scream, especially the men in the chat who want to scream at me now that abortion is murder, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. Okay. Because you don't carry and grow and nurture and create that life. And I can tell you, sir, that fucks you up for the rest of your life. My body is not the same. My body will never be my own again. Okay? Never. Every woman who has birthed a child, who has grown a child in their body is not their own anymore. In fact, DNA proves that. When you grow another human in you change your own DNA. Don't get pregnant then, bitch! Well, it takes 2 to tango. In case you forgot, the panine has to go in the vagine. Or sometimes just the sperm has to go in the vagine. And if, as the recall here, somebody who has to have sex multiple times in one night in order to be satisfied, And I agree, don't get pregnant then if you don't want to have kids. That's what I tell my friends who are like, what's your experience with kids? I said, if you really don't want to do it, don't do it. It's a 24-hour, 365-day commitment for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life, you are tied to that person. Use protection. And sometimes protection fails. I've known people who have gotten pregnant while they have an IUD in, while they have the fucking implant in their arm. Okay. Like all protection doesn't always prevent it. But the morning after pill does. And I believe that if you don't want to get pregnant, people please utilize that because it is a way to prevent that from happening. But once you are pregnant, there is a choice that you can make. And I support that choice for women, especially a woman who's pregnant by this guy. Sorry. No, children are not consequences, Rick. Children are not See, this is the problem. Do you have children, Rick? Do you have children? I hope not. I really hope you don't. Because that's a disgusting viewpoint on children. Children are not consequences. And that's not what this stream is about. But the fact that let's deal with you fucking deal with the consequences. Stop waving your incel dick around, Rick, that nobody wants. Nobody wants your incel dick. Okay? Just calm down, Rick. Stop with the caps. Calm down. Is this Judy? Is this Judy being Rick? Because Judy's the only person I know that comes in with all caps. Good God. Yes, it's Judy. Or yes, you have children. I'm sorry. I hope those kids uninvited you to Thanksgiving too. Jesus Christ. Whew. Okay. But also, Rick, thank you for coming into a woman's chat to tell me what women should do with their body. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. This is the problem. I don't tell you, Rick, that your penis is disgusting and no one should touch it or look upon it or give you any pleasure with it, because you have the right to seek that out as a human man, right? There are no laws on the books regulating your balls and your penis, but there should be. There should be. I think every, ejaculation that doesn't meet its target should be considered an assault, and you should be charged. So all of your masturbation is assault with a deadly weapon. Yeah, because births can result in the death of women, even in our country today. So you could be charged with attempted murder, sir, for forcing a woman to carry a baby to term that's going to kill her. That's what kind of life is that for the kid? It's insane. And all these people get adopted. Okay, go look at the fucking foster care system and tell me how many kids you've adopted. How many have you adopted? None? Okay, shut the fuck up. All right. So this man just said, casually, we'll go back to Aaron. Rick can fuck off. Oh yeah, Jenna was pregnant a couple months ago. That happened. As if he had no participation in that. As if he had no causation in that. And he clearly has no emotions in that. This is why when I say that he is a narcissistic sociopath, that's what I'm talking about. Who is just literally, Rick, that's a discussion between you and your wife. Also, if that was a problem for you, then, clearly, then you decided to have the baby. You decided. See, Rick, you made a decision. Look at that. What a big boy. Good job. Good job. Your wife wanted to have a baby, clearly. And then you were like, okay, I'm going to have this baby. Or you could have been like, well, I'm not going to raise this baby with you because I didn't want to do that. And you could have left. She was choosing to have a baby. See how that goes, Rick? She made a choice. That's the whole point. And then you chose to raise the baby. You just made the whole point. Look at you. Just come all the way around the corner. You'll figure it out. No, Jesus Christ. So this is shocking. So the highlights, guys, after 4 hours, because I got to go. Aaron physically battered Jenna. They had another altercation in which he got scratched or something at the hotel that was witnessed by several people in the hotel today. Shit went on behind the scenes while he was in jail. They were broken up. Jenna left the board months ago. Jenna was also pregnant months ago. Please, people, what's the point? He told on himself for 2.5 hours today. He told on himself for 2.5 hours today. Okay. Jenna has left the board, although the SPTV Foundation site, I don't think reflects that. Let me go to it. Is the site down? Uh-oh. I don't think the website's up. Thank you, Zella. Thank you. Aaron? Is your foundation gone? Well, their webs, that's, where is their YouTube? Nope, that's growing up in Scientology. Is the YouTube, oh, here we go. It's finally here. Nope, the website's still up, the sptvfoundation.org. But like when you look it up, it's not It's not coming up. Let me share this so you guys can see what I'm looking at. That took a minute. Okay, so here it is. Here's the about page. And Jenna's still there. Jenna, take yourself off this shit. This is it. It started with 12 people. These are the last 4 standing. Jenna says she's left 3 months ago. So these 3 people, there's George. That's George that's in the back end that supports Aaron no matter what. Natalie, who's done several videos for him, supports him no matter what. Nat, you got to grow a pair of ovaries, hon. You got to grow a pair of ovaries and get the fuck out of there. Here's the famous SPTV Foundation YouTube with barely 2,000 subscribers and 1 whole video that's just all Aaron talking about him. Where's all the other videos? Where's all the fucking accomplishments, accolades? Where's all the shit? No, he'd rather, and I'm just going to put it up again. Just so y'all, it's not me. This is him saying it, please.
Really, 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 really good person. Okay. All right, Jenna goes, you might have tricked people into being on your side, but I've documented this all along the way. And if you say one single sideways lying thing about me, I will sue you for slander. I already know what you've been spreading around, and you're not going to get away with breaking the law yet again.
That's now her saying she's going to sue him for slander is about him starting this rumor, which she then put on the internet for 2.5 hours, that that Jenna keeps threatening to unalive herself, and that's how she keeps him in the relationship.
People will believe me because I'm telling the truth.
Now, right there, he's reading about the pregnanante. Watch.
And I'll tell them every little.
I'm going to put it back at normal speed because we're fast here.
Sick detail of what you've done, how you treated me when I was pregnant. Yeah. Jenna was pregnant a few months ago. And Jenna does not want children, nor do I.
First of all, you both have children. That's the dumbest thing you've ever said. You have 3 kids. You don't want them? The correct statement, Aaron, is we don't want to have more kids.
And yeah, Jenna was pregnant. That happened.
Jenna was pregnant. That happened. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Okay. These are his words, not mine. His words, not mine. Okay. This man is a destructive force. He's facing 2 misdemeanors. He just did 2.5 hours that I have it downloaded. If he takes this video down, I've got it. That just buries himself. All the prosecutor has to do is show the highlights from his 2.5 hour rant about Jenna and saying that the police were at his door and he doesn't want to do it and admitting to battering her. He did it to himself, guys. He did it to himself. Okay. All right, guys. It's been 4 hours. I got to get off of here. I got to go eat some more rolls. Actually, we're having pizza for dinner tonight. Thank you guys for sticking with me for 4 hours. This has been wild. It's been amazing. I'm sure we're going to talk about this stuff more. He was in jail, incarcerated for violating his order of protection. He was charged with a second crime after an order of protection was put on him by the Church of Scientology. That's why he was in jail. And then he just got released after 22 days. Now, that's a whole other debate on punishment and in regards to that. All of this to say, guys, yeah, he is cooked, Mad Dropper. He has literally cooked himself. He has literally cooked himself. You know, and then he wants to call me and other people this because I'm showing that his words are despicable and that he is a batterer, a self-admitted batterer of women. And not just one woman. He goes into a whole thing about Lindsay. We didn't even do that. Like, it is awful. He didn't need to bring Lindsay back into it. Lindsay, please, girlfriend, take care of yourself. Don't jump into this shit. That's my recommendation. But I'm not in charge. You do you, but I like it. Just, You're having success right now. Just go have your success, honey. Like go do that. Listen, my final message about this. Okay. Number one, 100% supporting Jenna. I hope she gets justice. I hope she did file the police report. That's my personal hope. If you get battered, I don't give a fuck who does it. You file the report. File the report. Stand up for yourself. File the report. Okay. Number two, Natalie, George, Marilyn, Kelly, Copter, Rabbit. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? No matter what you think about Jenna, and you feel like she's a whiny bitch and whatever, that man, go back and just watch that part. Okay, I'm going to give you the timestamp. Go back to 144 and watch him discuss this pregnancy. And you're going to tell me right now that you support the callousness with which that man discussed getting his second mistress pregnant and just dismissing that. And referring multiple times to his wife of 23 years as the mother of his children. He is married. He is never divorcing Heather. Why again? Narcissistic sociopath. Please look that up, everyone. Look up Darvo. Please do. Please stop supporting abusers. This is what we escaped from in Scientology. This is the fucking playbook. This is what we ran from. This is what we're supposed to be speaking out about. This is what we're supposed to be helping people heal from. This man is continuing that behavior in real time, and then he lashes out and tries to destroy anybody who reveals the truth about him. I went through that for the last year and a half. Okay? I'm still here. Why am I still here? Because the important part is talking about Scientology. I have reinvented myself 4 times to try and maneuver around this shit. I'm talking about it today because I want, thank you for becoming a member. That's very sweet. I want people to understand that this is not the guy. This is not the person to lead us through this battle with Scientology. Okay? He's about to be taken out by Scientology. Why? Because his ego is too big for his bald ass head. Okay? Does he deserve to be canceled and not be on the internet? In my personal opinion, yes. Those actions that he listed out, the equals fuck you. Okay? That's what that equals. Will he get canceled? Will he lose all his subs? Will his channel go away? Of course not. Of course not, because that doesn't happen. Because while he was in jail, he had 5 people running his channel. That's how crazy that is. I don't know how that's within the rules of YouTube. I don't know how that's legal for him to be directing his company. This is his company. This is his business from jail. I don't think that's legal, but I'm not a lawyer. Right? But that's all he cares about is his MONEY. It's not helping people. The only reason he started a second foundation was a big flipping the bird to Mike Rinder. Mike Rinder made 7 videos, guys, before he died. It was the most important thing that he did in his life, to make 7 videos about Aaron Smith-Levin to warn the world. 7 videos, not 1, 7. And then he died. Think about that. Everybody can't be lying. Everybody can't be lying. Maybe Aaron is the problem. Maybe Aaron's the problem. Okay? Let's start confronting that. We've all had our good feelings about him. Maybe start looking at the truth. Maybe just listen to his own words. Maybe just do that. All right? All right, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm going to be, seriously, I'm going to tell you what. Going to be doing it. It's going to be funny. And you guys can get it in my store at the truecrimeswithnora.com. And you guys, listen, I am trying to raise money for my lawyer. That's no joke. My next case hearing date is on the 11th next week. Or in my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all that stuff is open. I'm just throwing everything at the wall right now, guys. But thank you so much. Thank you guys for being here for 4 hours. This has been a long one. Thank you very much for hanging in there with me. Thank you to my members, everybody who became a new member, a new subscriber today. It's fantastic. Thank you. This channel has grown 200 subscribers since I started it back up and put the focus here on Scientology. I really appreciate all the new subscribers. Thank you to my mods, the best mods in the business, my lady mods. I thank you guys so much, and I will see you all on the flippity dibbity.